day. And I'm not going to read all the public charge. I'm just going to call this meeting to order as we get started with our first item. Unless is there something commissioners are adding for today? Not. Is there anything that you need to add for today? Any other items, if we can get through them? Go ahead.
I was just going to say happy Pride.
Yes. Yeah, this is Pride Month, and we'll have a resolution or something on the 13th on my birthday. On my birthday, yeah. Like if y'all jack that, if y'all pile that agenda up that day, I'm going to excuse myself. Okay. All right, Keith, I'm going to turn it over to you so that we can get started with the first item here.
Thank you. The first group you're going to meet with is IS&T, and they're going to give you an overview of their budget and highlight of some of the things that were recommended in their budget and some CIP projects that are upcoming that are going to be important and expensive in terms of replacing the technology in the county. After that will be the ABC board to come give you a presentation on update on what they're doing, and I think you all get to meet, at least publicly, the new ABC manager, Lou Sordell, I think is his name, if I remember correctly. And he'll talk a little bit about what they're doing and about the amount we have budgeted getting from the ABC board. It's not insignificant. It's $2.5 million. After the ABC board, we'll talk to the sheriff, or the sheriff will talk to you all. Then EMS and the fire marshal will talk about some issues and some fee changes. After that, I think we have Joanne talking about the CISS program that we are involved with. It's now up to like 35 employees between the city and the county. And then finally, we'll have Soil and Water come and discuss a few issues that the board members have talked about or requested some information from the BETC program and different things. And then finally, we hope to end the day showing you for the first time the add-delete list. Y'all remember, some of you all may remember that. That's where we start adding potential things that commissioners have noted that have cost and some administrative changes that we have to make between the manager's recommended and the commissioner approved, potential extra funding for DPS, some additional requests that people have noted, like I think it's the Solarize program and some other things. But we'll give you a list and show you the dollar amount and how, if you choose to add these things to the commissioner-approved budget, how we would pay for that. So we'll try to do that at the end of the day. That's the agenda, and we'll get forward. Start moving with Greg.
Yeah, I just want to, Keith, I want to thank you and staff. There are so many questions that have been put to the staff, and you answered so many of the questions that every time I looked it up to add something else, it's like, there's no sense in repeating the same question. I just want to say thank you.
Well, you're welcome. It's our job.
I think that will shorten the lengths of time that we would be asking questions of certain things, but thank you and the staff for putting those things together.
Thanks to budget staff and everyone else in the county who helped answer. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
County Manager, Administrators. Pleasure to be with you today. Get to kick this off. So let's see here. So we're going to talk a little bit about the IS&T budget and what was presented. So this slide here basically just talks a little bit about how we normally present our budget. And on the left-hand side of the slide, we usually talk about, we like to take the model of run, grow, and transform. And so when we say run the business, we're talking about typically those P1 priorities, things to maintain current business capabilities. And so in our budget request, we had a P1 to simply maintain business. And then the other categories, grow and transform, allows us to expand our business and to move into new areas that would make the county more efficient and more effective going forward. So this year we were awarded 4 positions. Thank you very much for that budget approval. Those positions included 2 business analysts, 1 project manager, and 1 service desk technician. And when we look at benchmarking data, we always get the question, well, how does that compare against other municipalities of our size? You can see here that in terms of the budget, we sit at about 3% of our budget today. Industry average is about 4.7%. So we are about 1.7% still below industry average for our sector that we're in, and that is local government and governments of this size. If you look at staffing, industry average is about 4.8%. We sit at about 2.5% today, so we are still below industry average when it comes to staffing and budget. Okay? So that's, again, how we present our budget. We try to make sure that we have dollars to maintain the business and then also dollars to support the departments in the county with their initiatives that they're looking to accomplish. If we look at the positions, not going to drill down in a whole lot of detail, but in terms of business analysts, you know, those positions help work with the departments, and they help us capture business requirements, improve and streamline business processes. And so this is the first time that we have been awarded analysts. We will have the opportunity to bring analysts on board. We did a survey earlier this year in January with all of the department heads, and one of the pieces of feedback was, you know, we really need someone to work with us to help us keep abreast of technology, to help us take advantage of the services that you are providing, right? Because, you know, we're not technologists. That's not the business that we're in. And typically the kinds of people that work with departments at that level are called business analysts. So these are folks that can go in and help to look at a business process and figure out how to automate, how to make it more efficient, how to make it more effective. And those are the questions that we are being asked in this new environment that we find ourselves, whether it's working with residents who are coming in and we're trying to figure out how to do more virtually with our residents as opposed to face-to-face. And so being awarded those business analysts is very timely given the change in businesses that we're witnessing today. Certainly, the project manager helps us manage countywide enterprise IT initiatives and help us realize the benefit from those initiatives. And typically, on an annual basis, we're managing over a dozen projects, and we'll take you through what some of those projects look like. And so certainly, we need help in supporting and managing those projects. And then lastly, the service desk technician. That helps us with our growing user population to remain productive, right? When they run into challenges, whether it be with their computers or just challenges of getting work done, and they need support and assistance from a technology perspective, we're beefing up our service desk and being able to respond and continue to deliver excellent service to the employees here in Durham County. So that's the nature of the 4 positions. Again, I want to say thank you. I can't say thank you enough. We certainly need the help, and so I appreciate the county manager and others supporting me in that request. Thank you.
Oh, that was very quick.
A few more, just a couple more. Keith had asked that we speak a little bit about capital initiatives. So when we talk about our IT life cycle, this is an ongoing capital initiative, and we use this one to replace hardware, major pieces of hardware, computers, laptop, audio-visual equipment. As you know, we have over 100 AV rooms in the county. Keeping that equipment fresh, refreshed is always a challenge. And then we have our infrastructure, you know, the things, what we typically call the plumbing, right? The things in the wall that provide the internet services, connectivity, and we have some major life cycle replacements coming up. So in the fall, you know, we will certainly be coming back to the board to bring to your attention some major life cycle replacements that we have to do for our infrastructure. Future capital initiative is our enterprise resource planning system. When we talk about an ERP system, we're talking about the system that manages our budget, system that manages our financials, the system that manages our human resources, purchasing, allows us to do data analytics, data services. That one system that we use today is called SAP. That system today is about, it's 20-year-old technology, so you can imagine it is time to do something in that space. And so this year we will be kicking off a business requirements analysis, working with all of the business units, collecting requirements to begin to explore the direction we go with our ERP system. As we said before, we're running on SAP today. SAP is a flagship product, but we're certainly running on an older version of it in Durham County today. I will mention that the city of Durham is doing the same thing. They are going through a process right now to update their enterprise resource planning system as well. Okay.
So the email, I think I may have sent you the email. I was contacted about
Yes.
the system needing to change over.
Yes.
And, I have no idea what they're talking about. I just sent the email to you. So that was true. I thought it was just a marketing ploy.
Well, so as you heard me say, we're running on SAP today. The version that we're running on expires in 2029. So we have, what is this, 2023? So we have, and it usually takes 3 to 4 years to do an upgrade. So we don't want to wait too far to the end because then we find ourselves under the gun, right? So the version that we're running on today, SAP will be dropping support for in 2029. So we absolutely have to do something. And that was the nature of that email you had forwarded to me. So thank you. Some other non-capital initiatives that's underway right now. I'm not going to go through all of these, but most of you are familiar with the work that we're doing in the broadband space in terms of broadband expansion here in Durham County. As you all know, we have published an RFP. That RFP closes this month. We have also worked with a number of ISPs, internet service providers, helping them apply for state grants, helping them apply for the GREAT grant. We're hoping that the 3 that we helped, we're hoping that they will win one of the state GREAT grants to expand broadband here in Durham. I can tell you that the internet service provider that won Orange County, they applied for a state grant to expand here in Durham County as well. And so they probably are one of the leading internet service providers to be awarded a GREAT grant. The state will also be awarding other grants later in the year, but the first step is to get past this GREAT grant process. So we're keeping our fingers crossed, our toes crossed, because as you all know, you get emails probably daily. I certainly get emails almost daily from someone in our community talking about, the challenges that they're having connecting to the internet and providing internet services. What was interesting, I got a call from someone in South Durham who's having the same issues as well. I thought that area was covered, but there's still some pockets in South Durham. For those of you who are familiar with going out towards the Governor's Club area, there's some areas in that do not have internet service. So it's amazing that we find ourselves in this predicament in 2023. Some other projects you can see on the list, tax legacy system replacement, that's work that's going on right now. In the fall, they hope to go live with their system. We've been supporting Register of Deeds with their legacy system replacement. They have gone live. They're going through training. They're still working through some, remaining. Typically, when you go live, there's always some things that you have to go back and clean up, and they're working through some of those challenges right now. Some other projects on the list, public records requests, DocuSign, digital signatures. These are all projects that are underway right now. In addition to these, there are 12 additional active projects underway as well. So this is the reason why we ask for project management support, because these are not small initiatives, right? These are initiatives where you need a dedicated body, someone really managing these projects. I thought we'd just to give you an update, I don't remember giving the board an update on our cybersecurity readiness since our ransomware attack 2 years ago. Feels like it was yesterday. But we've done quite a bit. I'm not going to walk you through all of the things that we have done, but I think the one that's probably most notable for everyone in the room is the implementation of multi-factor authentication, where you get prompted to authenticate. You're probably seeing that in your personal applications you're using, whether you're doing banking or anything else. You're getting a text message that says verify your identity. That was the #1 recommendation from the experts that came in to help us with our malware attack, and that is to implement multi-factor authentication. So we certainly have that in place, have had that in place now for some time. There's a number of other things that we've done, including at the very bottom, mixing up with multi-instances of core services, meaning some services here locally and some services in the cloud, right? And an example of that is all of our Office 365 services, email, Microsoft, or any of those kinds of Microsoft services are all in the cloud. So that means if we get hit here, those services, as long as Microsoft is okay, we are okay, right? So a number of things that we're looking at and continuing to look at, because it's not a day that doesn't go by we don't get someone trying to penetrate our network. That is a daily occurrence. I would say probably an hourly occurrence. And depending on what the board is working on, those occurrences go up. So we have to be mindful of that, right? Depending on what you're working on drives the amount of attacks or potential attacks on the Durham County network.
Why is that, Greg? Ignorant question, but explain that a little more. It's interesting.
Yeah, so it depends on, sometimes you have groups in the community who may take a side on an issue, and they may not like the decision that comes out of a decision, right? And so as a result of that, we have seen attacks around the country where sometimes it's, taking down a sheriff department because they didn't like the decision that the sheriff made. Or maybe the sheriff made a decision, they liked the decision, and they still just try to push back. And so, again, you have these kinds of, sometimes the attacks are not just going after money. There may be a political situation where, it's based upon the decisions that were made regarding the business. Yeah. Yep. We're seeing this all around the country, and we're also seeing the uptick in attacks based upon what's going on across the world in terms of what's happening in Ukraine as well. We've been asked to be on notice because of what we're seeing coming out of certain countries now. Yep.
So they're just communicating web to each other. They're not communicating to the county. They're just having dialogue out there in the ozone.
They're having dialogue, and again, you get caught up in the crossfires, right? Your network can get caught up in the crossfires. Yes. Okay. And that's all I have. So again, thank you. I just like to say that any investment in IT is an investment in the county, because we support the entire county, and every dollar that we get is to support, the 27 departments that we work with.
I just have one other question. If you talk about the things that you're going to need going forth, are we, budget-wise, are we beginning to plan for what that's going to cost?
So, question regarding budget-wise, some of the initiatives, so we certainly have planned and have given the numbers for some of the capital improvements. We have provided that information to our budget office, so they have those numbers. They know what we're looking at over the next 5 years. They have those numbers to know what it looks like to upgrade your ERP system. We have done all of that research and provided those numbers. Now, that may change as a result of, doing a deeper dive this fall, looking into business requirements and what departments really need, right? Yep.
There are a number of CIP projects, and Greg noted them, and the dollar amount is significant. They are in the CIP. They are built into the numbers you've seen, and I think I showed you at the last presentation the capital financing plan that includes multiple millions of dollars. In fact, tens of millions of dollars related to disaster recovery, backup, cybersecurity, replacement of the ERP system. It's a little shocking initially when you look at the cost of these things, but when you understand how profound it is and how deep technology is as an undercurrent for everything we do, then it becomes a little less shocking and a little more important. And to answer your question directly, Chair Howerton, yes, the dollars are built into the CIP. We are prepared to handle relatively expensive CIP projects related to technology.
And I will add just to say, when you upgrade your ERP system, think about it, those systems typically, a life cycle may be 20 years. So you're paying you may be paying a hefty to upgrade, but keep in mind that you're looking at maybe a 10, 15-year investment in technology. Right? Yep.
And I would ask the board to understand that maximizing technology and using the latest minimizes the need hopefully for future personnel costs. The more we can put on technology, the more we can automate, the more information we get back from technology and understand ourselves better, the less blind we are and the more strategic our decisions are made. So it's an investment to help you make better investments in the future.
Thank you, Greg, for this great presentation. I really want to commend the way I really appreciate the way you used benchmarking and also surveying as a basis for your decision-making related to the budget. And I just wanted to say to the county manager that, maybe that's something as a model for all of us, for all the departments. I found that really, really helpful.
Very good.
So I just want to commend you for doing that. I found that really interesting. My other question was, and I was up in IT yesterday. Anthony's helping me, and I left my computer there, and I'm going to go back up. So we all know how much we rely on your staff in so many ways. But so I was wondering, going up there, did you all benefit from anything related to the renovations for this building up on the 5th floor?
Yes, on the 5th floor, they redid the bathrooms, both the male and female bathrooms.
Okay.
And then we have a new space on the 4th floor.
Right, I did see that because accidentally I got off there first.
So the 4th floor has been renovated, and it's all of that floor now is part of the IT organization.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So we can begin to now expand out some.
Okay.
Now that we have more space.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Well, I just want to make sure you all were not overlooked. It is a unique space up there.
Yes. It's very
But anyway, thank you. I really appreciate all the many different things that you and your staff do that really underpins everything, all of our ability to function. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you. We all know that great things in business are never done by one person. They're done by a team of people. So we have a great team, and they're very dedicated to making sure that the county runs as effective and efficiently as possible.
I did have one other thing, actually, is you gave us a little bit of an update around broadband.
Yes.
What do you see as a timeline related to that, especially if we get questions from people in the community? It would be good to know, like, how do you foresee this whole process playing out from your perspective?
Yeah, so I don't know what the timeline, I'm expecting, just based upon chatter, I'm expecting the state within the next 30 to 60 days to award a great grant. Once that great grant gets awarded, depending on who wins that award, there are some ISPs who have already started, i.e. the one who won for Orange County. They're already starting work. And so if they are awarded a great grant and decide to go forward, I suspect that work will kick off immediately. But a lot of it depends right now on, we're kind of waiting on who's going to win state dollars to move forward.
Also, one other quick update, our applications, because our RFP, we kicked it off in April,
Yes.
and we extended the due date until June, and that's due late June.
Yep.
And so our timing of awarding, we're hoping will coincide with the state's awarding of the great grant. And so we're excited about that. You will see some uptick of requests for our residents to complete the survey. You saw some this weekend, I'm sure, on social media. The campaign with mailings, as well as another canvassing effort in the northern part of the city will also happen, or in the county. As Greg mentioned, there are pockets even in our city,
Yes.
in our incorporated areas, that do not have the coverage. So we will partner at least at the level that they desire. So we just want to get the numbers up. Most counties have low response rates, and so we just need to move that needle a little bit more, I think, and so we will continue that effort as well.
Claudia, can you talk a little bit about exactly what are we doing to get people to fill the survey?
So excuse me just a second, anyone that's speaking through their mask, please, for the not just the audience, the public, I have been asked to ask people to please speak louder because they cannot hear us.
Sure.
Okay.
So if you have your mask on, you have to either speak louder or pull the mic up to you so that others can hear what you're saying, please.
Appreciate that reminder.
Thank you.
That's better. The question was sort of effort. So far, it's been more of a social media and informational awareness electronically. We are finalizing information that will go to our partners so that they can also push that out to other entities as well, whether it's community organizations, social clubs, churches, et cetera, so that we can move it out. And there will also be a mailing that will happen in the next couple of weeks. Timing-wise, although it may feel like we're bumping up against when the applications are due, regardless of when we get those numbers up, we can still use the data. Because if you've read some of the information from Orange County's process, that was a component that was talked about, is that yes, the award has happened, but we still need to make sure we have a good understanding of what that gap is. And some of that work will continue to happen once the award occurs.
I said it in the joint meeting with the schools, but I really encourage us to take advantage of Durham Public Schools' ability to send out a phone message.
Oh, absolutely.
To every single family. Dr. Mabenga regularly sends out system-wide messages on the phone, and I think that would be an easy way to reach a lot of people
Yes, ma'am, and
all over Durham.
that's exactly where we're planning to have that approach with Durham Public Schools, Durham Tech, the universities, all of our partners, charter schools, privates, to get the word out. Because right now we have less than 2,000 people that have responded, and we know there are a lot more than that in the community, but we're not much different than other jurisdictions. So if you go on the website, you'll see most are very low.
So with the NACO, are we to look for some awards from you, from your department, through NACO?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Is it 1, 2, 3? How many?
I don't recall the number of awards, but
There are multiple ones
I
that,
can certainly say it's multiple awards.
Multiple awards?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, there are lots.
Thank you. We'll be looking for them. Any other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Carter?
No questions. I just want to thank Greg and the whole entire team and say I think you inspire so much confidence, you and your whole team, in the fact that your planning is so solid and thorough. And any time that we've faced, real threats, we've come out on top, and it's because of the expertise and leadership that you all show and the hard work of every single person in your department. And so thank you so much. And as Wendy said, I really personally do appreciate all the support of the technicians and the help desk and just how responsive everyone is. So
Thank you.
at every element, at every end of of your department, I think things are really well run and we feel very good. Thanks.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions, then thank you so much for your presentation.
All righty. Thank you.
Next presentation is our Alcohol Beverage Control Board.
Morning.
Good morning.
My name is Lou Sordell. I'm the new general manager for the Durham County ABC Board. I started about a month ago. I want to thank everybody for inviting me. It's great to be here. I just realized I sat in an illegal seat, so I changed that real quick before I got up. But thank you for the invitation. I would like to present our budget and some other facts about the ABC Board, things that we are doing. If I may introduce our board, our chairman, Mr. Edwards, Ms. Adland, Mr. Lepkus, Ms. Scott, and Mr. Urquhart. So our board members. As everybody knows, budget is a very crucial part of everybody's business, and as well for us. A lot of the parts of the budget have already been started when I started with the company, but I'll be happy to go over everything. The biggest highlights to mention, we are anticipating to have nice increase in our overall revenue at $61,430,000. That number will go slightly up. There is a pending upset bid for one of the older liquor stores that we are replacing with the new Highway 55 liquor store. And with the market the way it is right now, that started at $900,000 with the bid, and now we are way over $1.4 million already. For facility improvements and purchases, we allocated $2 million for the new building on Page Road. It's an intersection with Page Road and T.W. Alexander. We already have a store there in the shopping center. We have the land that we've purchased, and we'll be building a store there starting hopefully this September. We have some pending inspections, still waiting from the county, but hopefully by September we should be able to move forward. With a new House bill for delivery of liquor to mixed beverage customers, we allocated about $230,000 to be ready for that starting July 1st. Luckily we secured a van, and we identified team members that will start that project. So basically, all mixed beverage customers will be able to place an order and have it delivered to their businesses from us, where they won't have to go and pick it up. With this great program, it's just another way to extend the customer service to our local bars and restaurants. We will start a project with a soft start this month. We identified few mixed beverage customers with the highest volume. We'll offer the program at no cost for the month of June until July 1st, just to work out any kind of feedback and mistakes that may happen, so then we are ready with the July 1st deadline. When it comes to our compensation plan, we chose to go with a 6% flat increase across the board. That will equal $3,735,000 for the board, with everybody included. When it comes to distributions, we allocated $3,780,000 to go back to Durham County and City of Durham. To explain that a little further, we'll go here. Our mandatory 3.5% and a bottle tax plus the 60% added equals $2,778,000, which we allocated $2.5 million for Durham County. The law enforcement is $622,000, and for the alcohol education and rehab programs, we allocated $380,000. So total $3,780,357. I'm going to jump back here. So the primary income for us, like I mentioned, is spiritual sales, and the $60 million comes from all the renovations and everything we have done in the past couple of years. Every single liquor store that we operate right now, we have touched one way or another, either full remodel or upgrade, or we moved from one location to another to be able to service our community better and our customers. And then as the restrictions a little lower, we could see a huge increase in the mixed beverage sales. Right now, on average, every month, mixed beverage department brings in over $1 million in revenue. So we are budgeting $12 million for next year. We see the trend going up. And also with a new store at Highway 55 opening up, that store will also be able to serve mixed beverage customers. So hopefully we'll be able to bridge the gap and serve the customers better and offer the service at 2 locations. All right, and this just has everything laid out a little easier to read. $60 million in sales. The Highway 54 proceeds from that sale, like I said, they are already over the $1.4 million, and the upset bids are still coming in. So it will be interesting to see where that number will land. We'll probably sell a couple SUVs that we have right now that we won't need going forward. We'll be replacing those with vans, and the $30,000 comes from those proceeds. The working capital required will land at $2,467,565. Going further, this is the new store on Highway 55. As you see, it's a pretty decent size. I think this will be the biggest store the board has. And as you see the pictures inside, it's still work in progress. They brought up all the gondolas and shelving. They're mounting it down, and it's all catered really to the new trends. And as you know, the bourbon took off, and a lot of the shelving and the displays will be dedicated to the bourbon drinking customers. And then the new trend that we have noticed will be, yes, ma'am.
Question is, are you keeping the one that's already on 55, or are you building a new one?
No, ma'am. So this is the new one, and the one on the 55 that's currently there, we are selling it. We are selling the building.
You're selling that building?
Yes, ma'am. So as soon as this one is finished, hopefully by the end of the month, we'll be moving all the inventory to the new store.
So this won't also be on 55?
Yes, ma'am.
Be some proximity to where it is.
There is, do you know where the old one is?
Yes.
Okay, so it's just
Yeah,
down
no.
the street, just down the street from there. If you just drive another minute, you'll see it on your right-hand side.
Okay, gotcha. All right, thanks.
It's right next to a dental office. Right there, we share a driveway.
Okay.
And the main reason for this, the size of this build was, again, to split the mixed beverage customers to two stores. So the whole process is just smoother. And this building will accommodate a lot more storage space. And we'll use part of it as secondary warehouse. This is just a summary of some of the pictures of the stores that we have opened, built, or remodeled in the past couple of years. As you see, everything is very modern and very nice looking. We dedicate the funds necessary to do it the right way. Just a couple things that the board is doing currently. We started working with Lincoln as a professional social media platform to be able to reach the community, to be able to post the positions that we have available, our benefits, and other things that the board does. We want to reach everybody in a community. It's such a diverse community, and we feel like with this platform we'll be able to bridge some of that gap and be able to present ourselves so everybody understands what we do. And being part of ABC board is a great career path for community, for people to choose that. It's a great future going forward. So this platform hopefully will help us with that. Couple fun projects that we are working on. We would like to implement a program where the mixed beverage customers would be able to come to the storefront where everybody else comes and pick bottles themselves and go to the counter, to the special dedicated register, and they get rung up there separately. Again, it's just another way for us to say thank you for your business and to reach the customers and be able to service them better. The delivery program, like I mentioned, starts on the 1st of next month, and we'll be rolling it out on our end softly, hopefully by next Monday. We are still waiting on a couple of technology pieces for the van. And myself and other members of the board will be going out to meet with some of the mixed beverage customers to introduce ourselves, to see what can we do better on our side. Is there anything that we can do to make their jobs and their businesses running smoother? That's one of the things that I would like to get done next month. I come from from hotels and hospitality industry. That's my background, so I understand what it means to be in a service industry, and that's who we are. I mean, we serve our community, we serve our customers, and we want to make sure that we do everything we need to do on our end to do a good job at that. The next slide kind of shows the breakdown of the few years when it comes to our sales and the distributions. So for 2017, our gross sales were about $36 million, and the distributions to the county were $2.1 million. In 18, the sales went up to a little over 37 million, and we raised the distributions to 2.2 million. And then 2019, the revenue stream came in at 40 million and 2.3 million for the county. 2020, 44 million and 2.4 in distributions. Now, this fiscal year ending, we are projecting to land somewhere at the $55 million mark in gross revenue coming in. Right now, as of the last of May, we were at 51 million, a little over $51 million. So we feel that's very achievable to land at 55. And then we budgeted $2.5 million for the distributions back to county. And basically, that's a little overview. I understand that I'll be meeting with my board members on the 7th of this month. We'll be discussing a couple of the things that we need to adjust on the budget, and we'll be bringing up some of the concerns that I have heard from the Durham County about increasing the distributions for next budgeted year. Like I said, when I came in a little over a month ago, a lot of the pieces were already in place, but I'm happy to get your feedback on where do you think.
Thank you so much. It's not often that we get folks bringing us money, so we appreciate that. And I'm looking at the difference between 2020 and the revenue and 2022, and all the things that have gone down in revenue, you seem to have increased at the ABC store. Even though what I hear is there are a lot of products that you cannot get at this point, but the revenue is still up.
It's getting a lot better now. During COVID, it was really hard to get the products, and we would result in direct shipments from a lot of the distillers just to stack up to be able to sell it to the customers. Still now, a lot of the products are allocated. We can only get what we can get as a board. Our team, a lot of the team members for the ABC board are fairly new, and everybody is working really hard to make sure we have what we need to have for the customers, and we distribute it fairly. All our stores are different, even though we all sell liquor, but every single store has their customers according to where it's located and their favorites. So we try to, instead of just loading all the liquor stores up with everything, we try to place the product where it makes sense for the customers that live there and their shop there. So it's getting better and better, but there is still room for improvement. With that Highway 55 store, we'll be able to store more liquor, and we can do more buyouts that will help us have it available. Especially Christmas is a very busy time for us, and we don't want to have these big, expensive stores empty. We would definitely want to have those shelves full.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions? I'll start on this side. Commissioner Carter?
Thank you, and thank you for this report, really interesting and informative, and welcome, Mr. Sordell.
Thank you.
Did I pronounce your name right, Mr. Sordell?
Yes, ma'am.
We're really happy to have you, and I know how hard the board searched to find somebody excellent, so we're really glad to have you as a member of our community and leading this effort. And want to congratulate everyone who's working with you so far. You've had a really successful business year, so that's great. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about your number of staff and salary and benefits. You mentioned something about nice salary and benefit packages. Just if you could mention that a little bit, tell a little bit more about that.
So right now, we have about 60 full-time employees. That includes 52 store and warehouse employees, and 8 in the office, in the main office, on the Shannon Road. And then we use several part-time employees, and that number fluctuates. We are actively hiring for all the positions. You know, we are a little short-staffed, just like everybody else. You know, the way the COVID affected everybody, it's very challenging now to find the team and the team members that want to work. And again, with the social media platform, I think we'll be able to reach all the other avenues that we haven't before, and that will help us with that. But the part-time employees number fluctuates. It's pretty similar to the 60 mark, but hopefully with this next fiscal year, we'll get that number up. When it comes to benefits, the board approved increase in our 401k match to 5%, so that will again help us. A lot of the people these days are looking at those things. They are looking at their future, their retirement. I did when I was looking for my position. You know, when you sit in an empty hotel, you have four customers. You have a lot of time to think about your future and about where do you want to be in 20 years or 30 years, and that's what prompted me to look. And I found the posting on the LinkedIn, and I was fortunate that I was chosen for the position. But I want to extend the same thing to the community, so they know what we offer. And I believe it's a great career path, and you know, it's very rewarding. You know, we do a lot for the community. We give a lot back for all the great programs, and the board works really, really hard. They have meetings when they look at every single participant, every single person that asks for the grant, and they consider everybody. Hopefully that number will grow as we grow. Right now, for the next fiscal year, outside of opening the store on TW Alexander, we don't have any other openings in works, so the revenue stream will probably be close to that $60 million mark. And then after that, you know, we did look at different areas where we can still open a liquor store to serve the community in those areas better. But, you know, with this market, everything is kind of up in the air right now.
Thanks for that. Do you think that you all pay a salary that meets the standard of being able to afford the cost of living in Durham?
I believe so. We conducted a survey with a company called Catapult. It was the previous administration that did that, and all the salaries have been adjusted to be in compliance with everybody else, to be competitive. And I look at Wake County the most, honestly, because they are right next to us, and a lot of the team members that come back and forth, you know, they either work there or they work in Durham. They live in Wake. They work in Durham. So I wanted to make sure that we are close to what Wake County pays their employees.
And I also wanted to ask you to please convey our thanks to your board. I do know that they work very hard and have given a lot of leadership and time to helping our ABC enterprise be very successful in Durham and thinking about our capital improvements that were needed in order to be competitive with our neighboring counties. So please do convey our thanks for their commitment there.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are any of your board members here?
Yeah, yes.
Mr. Edwards is our chairman.
Thank you.
And Mr. Lapkus.
Thank you for your work. Thank you for your service. Is there anything for you, Commissioner Commissioner Burns?
One, welcome. Can everybody hear me? Because I'm going to keep my mask on. So one, welcome. It was funny, I have my laptop open because at first when you said, you all were going to be doing deliveries, I said, what in the world did they put in House Bill or Senate Bill 890? But I understand the deliveries that you're talking about now for mixed beverages. So, if it's a convention center or a wedding, people don't have to go and pick up from you all.
Correct.
And you now have 2 locations dedicated to kind of that service once 55 opens.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm good. I saw the employees. That was the only one that threw me off. I'm like, man, don't start delivering alcohol in Durham. Sheriff, your budget request might change. I don't know. Correction, something might change. My other quick question, I'm going to pivot back to something that Secretary Howerton, Chairwoman Howerton said about property. And I knew we had this presentation today, so I'm driving around, and I know you're selling the property over on 55. I know what that one is and what a new one is. We asked this of the school board, so not picking on you. I'm trying to see, what does that property portfolio look like? Because I know that you all built a new one in the village, and there was another one there. I know that there's still the building, the shell of the building, and the sign is on Fayetteville Street, across the street from Phoenix. So, because the sign is still there. So I'm wondering, for some of these old buildings, do we or you all still own this property? And as property is going up, are we looking at, innovative ways that we can use these properties or even partner with us, school, or anybody else? So first question, do we still own those vacated properties? And then 2, if we don't, are you all open to partnering with us to figure out some innovative things that we could possibly do with them since land is so scarce here in Durham? So those are my 2 questions.
Thank you. We do still own the property on Fayetteville Street. Right now, it's occupied by our ALE officers that serve us as a board and the community. I'll be more than happy to bring it up with my board during our next board meeting for discussion and see what we can come up with. But right now, we don't have an occupied building at the moment. But I agree, the properties are very scarce, and it's very hard to get. Just this bidding process, I mean, again, we started at $900,000, and now we are over $1.5 million already with upset bids. So, but I'll definitely bring it up with the board.
That is super duper helpful. And I did have one other one. I will probably email it to you because I was opening some things. But again, thank you here it was, for the employees. So I know for ALE coordinators, those are posted on the state website. And I did go to the LinkedIn website. It looks good. I appreciate your intentionality. You said you found a job on LinkedIn, so it'd be a great avenue for other people. I like the new Go logo and what you put around it. My question is, so some of the ABC board or some of the employees are paid partially out of state funds and county funds, or some of the part-time ones. Is there allocations from the state for any of those, or even for the contract employees, or no?
No, we pay everybody out of the board.
Everybody out of revenue.
Yes, ma'am.
So not even the contract. Okay, that was what I was wondering. That was my only other question. Thank you, sir.
My pleasure. Thank you.
In regards to the buildings, the new one that you bought and the one that you're selling, what was the difference in the cost between the 2?
I have to look at the final cost on the one that's being finished. Because again, when we started the process, it was right around when the prices went crazy for all the supplies, and the supply was not available. So I have to look at all all the things that have been added throughout the process, and I can get you the exact number. But again, with this upset bidding, it's getting close. It's, you know, we did not anticipate that to go up like that. It's an older building, and you know, I used to work at the DoubleTree there on Page Road, and I picked up my liquor from that store, and that was a long time ago. And you know, so, but it's a great location, and people know that area there is so busy. And
Yeah, it's a great location, and there's lots of things beginning to be built out there. So
right.
it's going to be a great location. I just wondered, did you lose money by selling the old building, or did you break even? But you can get that back.
Yeah, we probably won't lose money. Again, the new building was an investment, and we budgeted for it in prior fiscal year. So, and we budgeted for this old building to sell around $1 million. So now anything on top of that is just bonus.
I did have one more, Madam Chair. I apologize. It was on the staffing levels. I'm looking at, I like how you have wordy slides. You're making me work today, sir. It says contracted employees are utilized to provide ABC police services throughout Durham County and security in the stores. Now, I know that it fluctuates, you know, from county to county, if I'm not mistaken, where some people use local law enforcement and contracted employees. Just wondering, you know, so we'll know, because I know last year was tough. These last 2 years are tough. How much of the overall budget are we maybe using in contract, and maybe how much are we using in local law enforcement, or any, if all?
So the ALE mostly takes care of all the aspects of our operation, and then the contracted local officers are present every Friday and Saturday night at all the stores. So the number, the 600,000, is that portion of that that we use for all the local officers. And then sometimes not all the stores get coverage, but 90% of the time, all the stores have officers there Friday and Saturday night to help with the flow and keep everybody happy.
Thank you, and thank you for this presentation, Mr. Cordell. Great to have you with us. And I do also want to again recognize the chair of the ABC board, Mr. Edwards, and the immediate past chair, Mr. Lepkes. Thank you for your great leadership as well of this really important agency in Durham County. And I want to recognize the pivoting that has been done during the pandemic. I know that it was very challenging in the very beginning of the pandemic. I know you weren't here, but that the ABC board really had to respond to a lot of our small business owners who were really challenged in the beginning with the financial impact of the pandemic, and also the way I've seen the ABC board continually adapting to the market. And, you know, for instance, you're talking about now people are really into bourbon, and the focus on mixed beverages now, and even the fact that we didn't lose money during the pandemic because of the shift to retail sales. So there's been a lot of adapting, and I just want to commend you all for, even with the new store, the fact that you are now positioned for this new bill, which is requiring the delivery. So that means, you know, you've got to have the inventory, the storage, and the ability to make that happen. So, and you just mentioned, Mr. Cordell, that you are going to go out and start meeting people. I think that's really important. Building relationships with our, you know, with the businesses. And I wanted to just say to you that Mr. Edwards is also the chair of the Discover Durham board. So if you probably know that, but that is, if you haven't met the director, Susan Amy, and also the director of Downtown Durham Incorporated, Nicole Thompson, those are great people to introduce you to a lot of our local business people. So I hope that you do meet them, and they can really help you with that, those introductions. I was wondering if you, following up with Commissioner Burns' question, if you could provide us with follow-up information just about a list of, where all the stores currently are located, and just some basic information about, their square footage and kind of the amount of sales that's happening and the number of employees at each of those stores. That would be great. The other follow-up information I'd love to have is the community organizations that are being funded, just who is being funded, what are they getting, and what the process is for determining who gets the funding. And then the third thing I just wanted to follow up on is distribution to Durham County, because when I look at, which is fantastic, the profit as a percentage of sales, there's been a pretty steady, percentage of increase. And when I just look at, and I'm glad you gave us that slide, looking even from 2019 to 2020, about $4 million, right, in the gross sales. And then it's fantastic, even with the pandemic, from 2020 to 2021, it's been like $3-4 million of gross revenue increase, but from 2020 to 2021, it's actually a significant increase of $7 million. And I can't off the top of my head say what the percentage of profit increase is, but what I would ask you all to consider is, I know you're proposing an additional 100,000, which has kind of been the pattern the last few years, but because there's been almost a double of the pattern, if you all would consider increasing it to actually not 2,500,000, but 2,600,000, an additional $100,000 to Durham County, because of again how well you all are doing. So that was going to be my ask for you all to consider.
And thank you. I'll be happy to bring it up. Like I said, our meeting will be on the 7th, and we can discuss it. I do want to point out that throughout this whole process, the whole board has been remodeled, built, and upgraded, and we have not used any borrowed money. Everything we have done, we've done with our own funds. And a lot of the numbers you see, we had to adjust just like everybody else to compete in the job market too with our team members. So a lot of those things have been absorbed there just to be able to staff these stores and to be able to serve the community. But I'll be happy to bring it up, and then I'll get back to everybody by the 8th.
Thank you.
I remembered you said that you would be meeting with your board and bringing back what's the results, if there are any changes. So we'll look forward to those changes, that information. And Keith, did you have something?
Yes, ma'am. Nice to meet you, Mr. Sordell. We've talked by email a couple of times. Just for clarification, the 22-23 revenue amount that we have budgeted is not an increase of 100,000. It's flat. So it's 21-22, the current year we're in now, 2.5 million. We have budgeted the same $2.5 million for 22-23. There's no increase, largely because from the budget office standpoint, we didn't know who the director was going to be. He's only been here a month. We held it at that. Your question is still a valid question, but just wanted to clarify.
Okay.
At this point, there's no increase from the current year to next year.
Oh, okay. Well, that even bolsters my request, because If you're going to be consistent with the pattern, then there would be an increase at least of 100,000. So that that even changes my my argument. But yes, I do appreciate that you have managed, your board has managed the funding to improve and upgrade and all of the capital improvements, but also that, as Commissioner Carter asked, that you're investing in your employees. That's something that we consider a priority on our board as well. So absolutely support that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our manager came in and she hit the ground running. In 2 months, she had to do a budget. So I appreciate the fact that you've been here 30 days and you're in the middle of a budget process. So thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
To just kind of get up to snuff with us. And we will, if there are no other questions, nothing else. Is there anything else from you?
No, ma'am. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate being here.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, well, let's see. The next presentation is our Durham County Sheriff Department budget overview.
Chair, do we need a chair? Would you like to sit at the?
Good morning.
Good morning.
You all should already know this is the way the sheriff rolls. So I usually bring my team with me.
We see. Yeah. We like seeing a team. Okay, you want to go ahead and get started?
Well, once again, it is a pleasure and an honor to meet with you all and just to discuss our budget proposal for this fiscal year. And in years past, we've prepared a slide that I think all of you have had an opportunity to review. So hopefully this morning will be a smooth discussion. And as I've already mentioned, I brought my team with me because these are the areas that they oversee day to day. And I entrust them with the responsibility to manage their resources and then feed the information back to me about what's working, what's not working, what our needs are, so I can have a clear picture of what our needs are as we go into budget prep, and we do that pretty much throughout the year. So any questions that I'm unable to answer as it relates to any of these items, I certainly will call on members of my team. I won't take the time to introduce them now, but once they come up, they can introduce themselves and tell you what area they're responsible for. As we all know, this has been a very difficult year, or actually a couple of years, with the pandemic, and I'm thankful and happy that we're all here today. Some of us masked, some of us unmasked, because we've certainly dealt with this now for almost 3 years. But I do see the light at the end of the tunnel. During this entire period, the Durham County Sheriff's Office never closed. The Durham County Detention Center never closed. We maintained an appropriate level of staffing that allowed us to carry out our constitutional duties of care and custody for those who are housed in our facility under the new leadership of Chief Johnny Hawkins, who joined us a few months ago, and his team, Major Spencer and Major Barnes, who are also here today. And of course, our law enforcement side continue to serve the community throughout the county through our law enforcement services, animal services, civil service, civil process, all of the things that we do to serve the residents of this county throughout the pandemic. And we've all suffered from the staffing shortage, of the great resignation. And our goal, or my goal as the sheriff, is to make sure our team members, our employees are cared for, have the resources that they need to manage themselves and their families throughout this pandemic, and then certainly make sure that they are compensated at a fair rate. So I will go into the slides at this point. And at any time, of course, if you have questions about anything that's here, certainly thank the manager for her previous recommendations, and we will refer to those from time to time, but thank you for your attention to our budget request. So moving in, priority number one, we've listed here, detention center. The detention center opened in '96, and since that time, it has not closed its doors. Again, it is 24 hours, 7 days a week facility. Our housing population certainly has fluctuated with a capacity of over 700. Today, I think we're housing 360, 76, okay. And so we are there 24/7. Anytime you have a facility, just like a house, you have to keep up with the maintenance on it. So the thinking here and our strategy was to develop a maintenance contract with an external vendor. And this is no dig on our general services department. Again, we're all suffering from the staffing shortages, and over the years, we've just recognized that the service has declined. And we think we can better manage it, again, because we're there all the time. And when something breaks in the detention center, it's not like we can necessarily wait for the next 24 or 48 hours for a service call. So we really want to stay on top of those issues as quick as possible. So we've proposed a maintenance contract. There are several vendors that are out there, and there are several sheriff's offices across the state of North Carolina who employ a third-party vendor to pay attention to the maintenance and the upkeep of the detention center. Such things that address would be elevators, HVAC, plumbing, electrical, locks, and door sliders. Again, our facility has to maintain its security. So when those items break, those are just not something we can not pay attention to. Next slide, please. Prior to, the manager, thank her for recommending this in her budget presentation a few weeks back, is the $735,000 for adjustment, which is a 5% adjustment for law enforcement and detention. At the end of the day, I really want to make sure that we can keep the people that we currently have employed with us and attract those who we're trying to get to fill some of these critical positions. I'm going to ask David LaBar to explain the chart and answer any questions if you have, or just go through this slide in a little more detail.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Right. So, Sheriff, basically, this chart here is an illustration of how many separations we've witnessed over this time frame. And just to give everyone kind of a snapshot of what this looks like, for one of our basic academies, it takes roughly 28 weeks to go through the academy, to go through post-academy training. During that time frame, with the separation rates that we've had, though we may have added 20 officers to our workforce, we will actually still be at a deficit due to the amount of separations that we have. Most recently, our academy of 20, over that time frame, 28 weeks, at that separation rate, we're actually at a 19 officer deficit, even with adding those 20 to our workforce. And And just to peel the onion back a little further, we actually lost 5 out of that 20 in the academy. So we're actually at a deficit of 24 officers, even when we're doing academies. So short answer, it's been a challenge.
You know, recruiting right now is kind of like an arms race, and so I think, and my staff has researched this, that this adjustment will slow the bleeding, so to speak, of our folks who are leaving, and certainly make it a little more attractive for folks to come here. And let me step aside 1 second. I failed to introduce those who are sitting with me. You all know David Labar, but this is Ms. Kenesha Brown. Ms. Brown is our interim finance director, who took over when the untimely death of Mr. Hinton a few weeks ago. So welcome, Ms. Brown, if you haven't had a chance to meet her. Next slide, please. Staying with the theme of really taking care of the Durham County Sheriff's Office employees, the 3% shift differential is being requested, and again, thank Manager Sowell for placing this in her recommended budget. Again, the detention center never closes, and we have our detention staff under the leadership of Chief Hawkins and Major Barnes and Major Spencer. Actually almost 2 years ago, they elected to go to permanent shifts. Those individuals who wanted to work the night shift voted and selected to work the night shift, and those who wanted to work the day shift are on day shift. The duties differ, but it takes us all to run that facility again around the clock. So this 3% differential is to recognize those individuals who are sacrificing their evenings and nights to work in the facility. This is following best practices across the state and the country, that you award those individuals who work those, let me just say, less desirable shifts, because they're up all night when we're resting. Next slide, please. I'm going to hand this one off to David. Again, our goal is to really be competitive. We talked about it. You talked about it a moment ago with the ABC director. If we cannot attract and retain individuals to fill these critical positions, then we're going to continue to lose them. So a lot of what you see in my budget request is really geared to compensation and making sure our folks are paid fairly. David?
Yes. So also we want to thank Manager Sowell for her recommendation. It looks like she made a recommendation to increase this across the enterprise. Thank you for that. It's something that we've been thinking about for quite some time, different strategies on how we retain and recruit new officers. And I just want to mention also I think the last 12 officers that we have lost, we've lost to other agencies at an average of a 25% increase to a new law enforcement agency. These are to some other sheriff's offices, but the majority of them are actually to police departments here locally. So we ask and request that we compare ourselves obviously to like-sized sheriff's offices, but also local law enforcement agencies that are here for different reasons, for their spouses or loved ones that moved to Durham and they're in law enforcement. That's where our challenges are here locally. And one other thing I'll just briefly mention, law enforcement is a tough job, and while we compare ourselves to other sheriff's offices, we also compare ourselves to police departments. And our team has got together and we've listed out the variety of duties that law enforcement does here on a daily basis. And then we continued to build the list of all the things that the sheriff is responsible for, all the statutory requirements that go above and beyond what a police department would do. For example, the criminal process, gun permits, excuse me, I'll just refer to my list. the sex offender registry, school resource officers, evictions, all types of civil process, child custody orders, no contact orders, animal services, the rabies clinic, animal bites, trapping. The list goes on and on and on, and we could go on and on and on with our detention facility as well, the things that they do and provide on a 24/7 basis.
Yeah, current vacancy rate.
I don't.
About 20%?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Our current vacancy rate's about 20%, so all of these services are still being performed at a very high level, and I applaud each and every team member. We're doing it with 20% of less staff than we had this time last year. And as David mentioned, we're losing institutional knowledge, folks who've been here for 8 to 10 to 20 years, and they're going to other law enforcement agencies that are much smaller with a fraction of the responsibilities and duties. And on average, I think they're leaving for $17,000 to $22,000 additional pay. And so we hope that the performance evaluations, in addition to some funding strategies to increase salaries, will help again slow that bleeding. Okay. Next slide, please. Staying in the detention center, I've requested a medical director, and quite simply, we run the largest mental health and opioid treatment facility in Durham County. And we've done a fantastic job with our medication-assisted treatment program, the MAT program. And we are poised to go into phase 2, which is induction and methadone prescription, to really take these services to the next level for those who are battling opioid abuse disorder. In order for us to do that, there's a requirement that we have a medical doctor on staff. Detention officers obviously can't administer those drugs. Our current health care provider, WellPath, is not licensed to administer those drugs, and it's becoming increasingly difficult to find a third-party external partner to come into the facility and be part of that process. So the medical director would be licensed to administer the induction program and monitor the methadone, the distribution, working in conjunction with WellPath, our nurse manager, Ms. Jones, who's been a fantastic partner, but again, allowing us inside the detention center, when those individuals come to us and present with these addictions, we're able to manage them while they are housed there. This is a moment where I take great pride because I pound my chest. We are the first facility in the state of North Carolina to offer this treatment. Mecklenburg County says they're first, but we beat them by several months. That we launched our program and we are up and running. We are a model program. A few months ago, Chief Hawkins, Major Spencer, myself, and others engaged in a conversation at the national level, talking about what we're doing in our Durham County Detention Center as it relates to MAT, as well as mental health. We'll talk a bit about mental health, but the MAT program that we have is a model. Commissioner Jacobs may recall we've had several conversations about this with the Mental Health Committee, now the Mental Health Opioid Committee. And again, this is something that we should be proud of. It's unfortunate that the detention center has to be the primary provider, but I'm happy to pick up that mantle and do it. My staff, we have civilian and detention staff. Ms. Tammy Vaughn is currently our coordinator for peer support. We're working with our external partners to make sure those wraparound services are available. So when they're with us, for ever how long they are, they get the treatment that they need. They now can go to the next level. If they're on a methadone program, that can be administered by a medical director. And then Ms. Vaughn will connect them with the wraparound services once they're released from the facility. The goal is to treat the whole person. And when they return to the community, we connect them with those resources. So now the family can get involved. We make sure they get to their appointments. It's a fantastic program. So the medical director would once again allow us to do more in serving our community and this population.
Sheriff, I just want to add to that. So as Sheriff mentioned, we've started MAT in the jail. We're getting ready to start a second phase of MAT. We work with you all to build the mental health pod to provide services to all of our detainees. So this is the next building block to that. And as we continue to expand and grow and enhance all these things, this is the next step. And we're asking for a staff person that has that senior leadership in this role. And I think in maybe even in the next year, we're going to be looking at expanding some of our peer support and licensed clinical addiction specialists so that we make sure that we continue to provide those services, but also that no one falls through the gaps and that we have those wraparound services all the time for everyone.
Yeah, again, our goal is to make this service even better. Major Barnes, do you happen to have the numbers of individuals that we have served to date real quickly?
Good morning. I'm Major Barnes. I am running the programs area in the detention center. MAT has really helped a lot of people in the detention center. Just to give you some of the numbers, total since the program has began, we've served 130 individuals on Suboxone. The good thing is we're looking for people who are not returning. Of those 130 people, we've had only 25 return back to the facility. And when it comes to methadone, totally we've served 66 that we've given methadone to. Of those 66, only 8 have returned back to the facility. So we're looking at trying to keep people out of the facility, giving them wraparound services that they need to sort of help keep them out of the facility.
Thank you, Major. Next slide, please. We've been talking about making sure our facility stays safe and as free of contraband as possible. The detention body scanners, which has been recommended by Manager Sowell to be included in the budget. This is just another tool that we will use. Chief Hawkins has had experience with this. I've reviewed a few programs across the state where these body scanners really cut down on the amount of contraband coming into the facility, whether it's marijuana, cocaine, or pills. It also has the ability to reduce the amount of weapons coming into the facility. Because believe it or not, people will conceal weapons, knives, and guns in unusual places that may not be able to be detected by a pat down or even walking through the metal detector. So the scanners will really take our security to the next level. Chief Hawkins, you have anything to add? Oh, and while he's making his way to the microphone, I think it was Saturday we had an arrestee who was brought to the facility, booked at the magistrate's office, taken to intake, and had a gun strapped to his ankle. And so went through the process, but made it all the way into the booking area, yes, processing area, and the detention officers discovered the weapon. Chief Hawkins.
Right. Good morning. Certainly wanted to speak about the security measures in which the body scanners can provide. And as the sheriff indicated, thank you, Dr. Sowell, for the recommendation. And we certainly hope that the Madam Commissioners support us in these efforts. Having to manage a facility and being the keeper thereof with the sheriff's general statute rights, staffing deficiencies also play a large part into this. Having 89 vacancies requires us an opportunity to employ this type of technology, which will certainly keep the detention staff safe as well as the detainees. And therefore, keeping the community safe. This trend of body scanners is becoming more and more equipped towards corrections and detention facilities. My experience with body scanners dates back probably 11 or 12 years with my service with the North Carolina Department of Public Safety. But of course, at that time, they were bigger and more robust and broader. Some of the models that myself and the two majors have researched are a lot more linear and will allow us an opportunity to employ these two features here at our entrance points so that we can detect any type of contraband that will come in through our lobby area where individuals may come in to put money on books. Of course, in today's culture, every place is a threat for the introduction of firearms. Currently, we've got a private security company who assist us in that area, as well as an X-ray machine. We can't replace the fact of staff vigilance, but sometimes in between those gaps, these type of technological opportunities help us in our detection of contraband. Certainly when you look at organizations such as Disability Rights that's keeping up with in-custody deaths, a lot of jail facilities have succumbed to introductions of contrabands either in the cavity walls or within the digestive system, and have been able to detect it and get those individuals some assistance up front. Certainly I feel comfortable in saying that if we had this apparatus on Sunday, that we would have been able to discover that weapon prior to the individual getting into the booking area. And if it hadn't have been for the safeguards of the officers following the process and being able to detect it at that ankle area, of course, we would have probably been on the news media. So again, thank you for this opportunity to present this information and look forward to any questions that you may have later on once the sheriff finishes up.
Thank you, Chief Hawkins.
Let me just ask a quick question about the body scan. Do you have any officers that push back about not wearing them?
I'm sorry,
Do you
sir.
have any officers that, do you have any incidents where officers do not want to wear the body scan?
None to date that have come to my attention.
I don't know.
No.
I just, not North Carolina, not Durham. I just saw in the news that there was that incident someplace else.
Yeah, no, all of the colleagues that I've spoken with across North Carolina who have them, but more so across the nation, it's been nothing but positive because it almost eliminates, nothing's 100%, but it nearly eliminates contraband. And we know when contraband gets into a facility like this, it can spread. I'll give you an example. About 6 months ago, we had a detainee who tested positive for cocaine. He's been housed with us for the past 2 years. So that those drugs were able to find their way into our facility, and then they get sold just like on the street. There's a market inside the facility where people will sell those drugs. This individual had a reaction, could have died, but we were able to administer appropriate medical care. But it all came from the contraband getting into the facility. Weapons, of course, we know what can happen once a weapon enters a facility, whether it's a knife or a gun. So those are the events that we're trying to avoid. And Chief Hawkins mentioned that sometimes individuals will ingest narcotics. This scanner will identify that there's a foreign object inside that person, and we can get them the appropriate quick medical attention that they need and hopefully avoid a death.
Unfortunately, we have had experiences with that in the detention center.
Yes.
We've lost lives.
Yes, we have. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, could you see how loud I sound with the mask on? Could you move it just a little bit closer, Sheriff? I apologize. Because I think, I heard what you said, Commissioner Howard. I think for some people, they're hearing camera, and we're talking about a scanner. We're talking about something that we walking our bodies through.
Oh, yeah. No.
And so some people are hearing camera. We're not talking about body cameras that officers are wearing. I know that was the question. I saw some of the, we're talking about a scanner. So like, think about
the airport.
Airport, that's the best way to, yeah. So I just wanted to clear that up for everybody, and also bring the Barry White just a little bit closer.
So
Okay, Commissioner.
checked with staff, and we're getting new mics. These mics have been with us for quite some time, and staff said we will be getting new ones, but in the meantime, we have to get closer to the mics and raise our voices a little bit, because when I speak with the citizens out in the community, they said, y'all don't talk on the mic. We can't hear you. So I need you to help me not get beat up out there.
Well, I certainly can get closer to the mic, and I have the ability to project. My staff knows that, but I was trying not to project too strongly in here.
No, you're not.
All right.
Fine.
Next slide, please. All of the technology that we have in the Durham County Sheriff's Office runs on Office 365, or most of it, I should say. And we're trying once again to build our IT team. You all will recall that when I came into the Sheriff's Office, technology was one of my priorities, and we've been building ever since. Staff and software and hardware. So the fact that the manager once again has recommended that the Office 365 be included is a wonderful thing. This is sort of the first building block that allows us to continue to build our IT infrastructure. So I think it's pretty self-explanatory that we need this technology, but when I say building block, this allows us to operate the body cameras that was mentioned a moment ago, to house some of the information that we collect through our CAD system, through our, well, wait a minute, why am I talking? IT Director, Mr. Vincent Ritter, he's here. But again, our goal is to catch up with IS&T and really have a platform that is seamless across the county. Unfortunately, the Durham County Sheriff's Office has been behind, and now we're playing catch up with IT. And you all know how quickly IT products change. Mr. Vincent Ritter, Director of IT.
Yes, good morning. As the sheriff said, Office 365 is our building block, and everything else builds out from there. He mentioned with our body cameras, we're looking at doing a drone program at some point. One of the big things that we're focusing on right now, as the sheriff said, we're trying to catch up and do a lot of the things that IS&T are doing, mainly around cybersecurity. We're looking at changing how our infrastructure operates and putting in the necessary pieces that will really secure our data, keep us from being attacked by malware. And again, Office 365 has two major pieces in it that sort of connects everything together. So and I really thank the sheriff for having that open mind of wanting to kind of push us. And I also want to thank the board for also having that innovative thought and look forward to say, yes, this is something that we need to do. But we are really pushing forward with cybersecurity and with data and internet protections.
Thank you, Mr. Ritter. Next slide, please. And as I mentioned in my preamble, we never close, we never stop. And so in order for us to do what we do, we need vehicles. Once again, the manager has graciously recommended that we include the $1.7 million vehicle request. I have a couple of people with me today that will talk about our vehicles, and Major Cody and Lieutenant Penner, if you'll make your way. My goal is to have a fleet that is dependable, particularly because we're all over the county, but we're all over the state of North Carolina. And so we want to make sure that our detention officers, our transport officers, our deputies have vehicles that are dependable. And we've also paid very close attention to our carbon footprint. You all may recall a couple of years ago, I started purchasing and investigating and purchasing hybrid vehicles, and we continue that trend with this request. Lieutenant Penner.
Good morning. Briefly, real quick, I'll point out on the slide there 45% of our vehicles meet at least one disposal criteria. That's 141 vehicles in the fleet. 18% meet 2 disposal criteria, and that is equal to 55 vehicles in the fleet. Not included in the number of cars in our fleet are the vehicles that were surplus this past fiscal year, which is 40 vehicles, which was approximately 13% of the fleet surplus. This request is to replace 12% of the fleet, which is 36 vehicles, and almost 2/3 of this request are for vehicles that have that hybrid technology.
When I pushed my team to investigate the hybrid vehicles, we knew that it would take about 2, maybe 3 years for us to get real data on how these vehicles are performing, how they are holding up under the constant driving and the idling, and then also measure the impact that, and Ford has been real helpful in measuring the impact and reducing the emissions of these vehicles. So I am hopeful that this time next year we'll have some good solid data to share with you, because we're right now in year 2. Major Cody?
Yeah, and to piggyback off of that, the sheriff tasked us with, for lack of better words, going green with our fleet over the last several years. The Ford product offers a hybrid technology that we're very interested in. It seems to be becoming the more industry standard across law enforcement agencies across our state and also across the nation. We're very particularly interested in the fuel cost savings and the reduced carbon footprinting. That's very important. Ford has done some studying. We've also learned that through the course of what we do every day, there's periods of time that we consider what they call idling time. We see that there's a lot of cost benefit with switching to the hybrid technology with this particular effort. Not all of our vehicles can be switched over to hybrid, but the projection for the sheriff's office, we would like to, at some point in time, be able to sustain at least 2/3 of our fleet with some sort of energy saving or hybrid technology. And I think that this is the strategy that best serves the county of Durham and the sheriff's office at this point. Just to kind of piggyback as well, we have a few other initiatives that we also have to do when we look at our fleet itself. The majority of the jobs that the sheriff's office and the services the sheriff's office offers requires us to get from point A to point B. So vehicles for us are an essential piece of equipment. There's many things, that we also look into as far as evolving our fleet. And to give you an example, we looked very closely a couple years back at our transport division and how we service the patrons and even patients with mental illness and things and detainees and people of that nature that we have to get from one place to the other, and we're tasked by doing that either through invocation or statute or whatever the case may be. As an example of that, we're looking at moving our fleet because they travel quite a bit into this hybrid technology in efforts to, for once again, some cost reduction there as far as maintaining that service, but also from a more humanistic perspective, when we're transporting people that aren't necessarily in custody for law enforcement measures, such as patients dealing with mental illness, we're trying to reduce the signature of law enforcement on these vehicles to make them a little bit more concealed, if you will. And in doing that, we've also come up with some strategies with particular vehicles that offer a little bit more room to make these transports go a little bit more easy for the people that we have to move from one place to another. So that's just one example of how we continuously look at ways to evolve our fleet and try to make not only better for for us to provide service, but also the people that we're working with to get them from one place to the other.
What's the difference in the hybrid, the ECO Boost?
Eco is probably EcoBoost, Chair. So we still have to have some vehicles that are fossil fuel or combustible fuel. That would be the EcoBoost, and there's just some services within the Sheriff's Office, like the Patrol Division, that will require that type of vehicle for a variety of reasons. But there's other jobs, kind of like Transport Division, like we just talked about, that are truly going from one point to the other, and so the hybrid technology makes more sense there. And hybrid is kind of a combination between electric and combustible fuel. So, sorry.
I'm familiar with the hybrid, but I didn't know what the EcoBoost was.
Yes, ma'am. It's just a fancy term for combustible energy.
Okay. Thank you.
And it does reduce lower emissions, so it's like the hybrid as well. Major Cody mentioned the transportation fleet. As you all know, it's my responsibility as the sheriff to transport those who are under IVC commitment to various facilities. And again, we're trying to do that as convenient and comfortable as possible, once again, to sort of bring down the stigma that you're being transported to Holly Hills facility in a law enforcement vehicle. And also, it's been proven that it's calming to the patient. Family feels much better, and instead of seeing their loved one pushed in the back of a patrol car with a cage in it, handcuffed, we really want to bring that stress level down and have a more comfortable vehicle to transport them. And unfortunately, our transportation numbers are increasing, even with our facility and our partnership with Duke Behavioral Health out at Regional. Their capacity is quite limited, and our numbers are surpassing that. So we still have to transport quite a distance. So that's why we're there. Now, I had put in my proposal before I submitted it a Tesla, but Cary rolled out their Tesla first, so I pulled mine back. So we will eventually go totally electric now that Cary has broken the ice, and they have Teslas on patrol in Cary.
He's cute, right?
Manages so well. Please make a note of that.
Right.
Next slide, please.
Oh, okay. He talked about what Teslas are. Yeah.
I bet it can't catch nothing.
0 to 60 in 2.5 seconds. Next. All right, this slide, and this is the last slide, is our federal detainee money. You all know I entered into a contract a couple of years ago I renegotiated the contract with the Marshal Service a couple of years ago, and it's been quite beneficial to us and certainly to them. We house those federal inmates who are awaiting trial either in Greensboro or Winston-Salem. And Durham is sort of a midpoint, and they can bring them here. We can hold them for a period of time. We cap that number at 60, and I think we've been averaging, Chief Hawkins, maybe 42, 50. I don't think we've gotten to 60 very often. But last year alone, the Marshal Service paid us over $1.7 million. Ms. Brown tracks all of our funding and expenditures and revenues, and can you give them just a thumbnail on the federal money that we? Yeah. Oh, your mic's not on. Push that. Yeah. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
That's better, thank you.
We usually get federal inmate money every month from the federal government, and it is based on the number of days housed, and it's also based on if we have to provide transportation and the mileage, which is according to the federal mileage rate. And typically, in this past few months, we've been getting over $100,000 per month for federal inmate housing, transportation, and mileage.
So as you can see, this is a quite lucrative arrangement that we have. So I'm simply asking that these funds be returned to the sheriff's office, to my budget, restricted, so that I can use them for necessary programs within the facility. I can certainly do a lot with $1.7 million for programming, some special projects that we've identified in the facility. And again, I expect this number to go up. Again, we've never reached the capacity that we've negotiated with the feds, which is 60. And so if they get to 58 or 59, again, the revenue will go up. And this is pure revenue. We were able to negotiate an increase from $52 a day to over $100 a day. Over $100 a day includes transportation. So if I have to take them somewhere, they pay for that as well. So
You said the money goes into a restricted?
no, I would like for it to come back to right now I think the money goes into the general fund. Yes. So I don't have access to those funds right now. So the money should come back to the sheriff's office in an account that I can use it for projects within the detention center in the sheriff's office. And now we'll take questions.
Well, thank you, Sheriff Burkhead, and all of your team here for your presentation. And we'll open it up for commissioner questions. Commissioner Alam.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sheriff Burkhead, for this presentation. I had a couple of questions. I wanted to start off with, so with the salaries, with the manager's recommendations, what would be the lowest salary Durham County Sheriff's Office staff member would be earning after those adjustments, and how many employees would be at that lowest salary grade? And you can provide that to me at a later time too.
That's an excellent question. If I understood the question, once the salary recommendations are implemented, what will be the minimum salary and how many deputies or employees would still fall below that? Okay, I can get that for you. Right. We have that now?
I think it's going to be in the lower 40s. And
what's our starting salary?
42.5.
We can get that for you, and it certainly will help what the manager has recommended, but we'll still, and I have several employees who benefited from the 5% that you all did earlier this year that are still below the midpoint, so we're gathering those numbers as well, but thank you for that question, Commissioner Alum.
Thanks. And I have a couple more, and this, forgive me if this is a silly question, with the Priority 7 with the Office 365 licensing, are there restrictions for the sheriff's office that limits us from having that licensing through the Durham County IS&T?
I don't think I understood the question.
Like, because Durham County has their own licensing for Office 365, can the sheriff's office be within that same licensing agreement, or they have to have their own separate agreement licensing?
No, we have to have our own separate. Years ago, and I think maybe it was 4 years ago, when the county moved to this program or to this platform, the sheriff's office either was not included or refused to participate. So that window closed. When I became sheriff in 2018, we had a similar conversation, and the answer was no. We had to now get our own license because that opportunity had passed.
And then my last two questions, how many vacancies are there still in the 911 call center? And if you can provide this later, of what is the current response time on like the 911 call centers and the response times for emergencies, pending calls versus non-emergency calls?
We currently have 3 vacancies in our 911 center, and I can get you the average call response time. I can send that to the board.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Lum.
I'm sort of still formulating my questions. I'm a slow question formulator, but I think maybe I can. I think I'm okay. First of all, thank you so much, Sheriff Burkhead. Very informative presentation for us today. Really thorough. Thank you to your team who's assembled here and who has come and really added a lot of detail and color to the presentation. And I just really want to say how much we need to thank you all. I mean, when you said that law enforcement is a difficult job, what an understatement. And just for all the different ways in which you keep our community safe and all the different services you provide, everything from animal services and, gosh, this day and time with violent crime and the work that you do in the field there. And the SROs in our schools. I was just at Hillside yesterday for a presentation from the history students there, and ran into one of my favorite SROs, Casca, who has been there since my children were in school, and just they really not only help keep the school safe, but they form relationships with students, and it was just so clear to me again, and I just wanted to mention that while I had the chance. I would be interested in understanding more of our landmark, just wonderful cutting-edge MAT program, and thanks to our sheriff's department and everyone for being willing to take that on. But I'd love to hear even more. I appreciate the numbers we got today, but I'd just like to understand more about how the program works with other partners, with the CJRC, with Alliance, with Lincoln Community Health Center and the providers that they have there for the MAT or type of work, medical treatments for substance use disorders, and any data also that you might have on reductions in overdose after people leave the detention center. I just wondered about that, but I think that's one of the main benefits of the program. Thank you very much for the information on the vehicles, especially hearing that there are much higher percentages of your fleet that meet the replacement criteria than what you're actually requesting. I thought was interesting. And this is going to be an ignorant question, but I do not care. I'm asking it anyway. Why must, I was going to ask it of EMS too, why must emergency vehicles idle? Why is that a necessity?
I'll take a shot at that first.
Okay.
I think what you're going to hear from the majority of our group is the technology and the amount of power that it just pulls on the vehicle itself. So I'll start there. You've got radars, you've got radios, you've got lights, you've got a secondary radio, you've got computers, you've got other power inverters that may charge other things that might be related to that particular division. So I'll start there.
So if the car, and idling means that you've left the car running, correct? And so if you didn't do that, then those other things that you were mentioning wouldn't work.
It'll cut the car off.
They would cut the car.
It'll eventually drain the battery.
Yeah.
Well, so it seems like idling would be bad then.
No, idling is good, and everything David just mentioned. So think of the vehicle as your office, and so you have all of the electronics that you need to work in your office, from your computer to your screen, your monitor, our radar units, all of our radios. So if we turn it off and those continue to run, it could drain the battery, which means the car would not start.
Well, I see. They would keep running if the car was turned off, but it would drain the battery.
Correct.
Okay.
Right. And then on a day like today, when you're sitting in that vehicle and you've got all the equipment running and the heat is coming off the vehicles, you need to keep the air conditioner running. And that's exactly why we keep the K-9 vehicles running also, because we don't want certainly don't want the K-9s to overheat. And they have a fail-safe that when the temperature reaches a certain level inside those K-9 vehicles, they automatically either kick on the AC higher or emit a signal to the K-9 officer, alerting them that there's a potential emergency. So those vehicles pretty much have to run all the time.
Thank you. It's a really helpful answer. I understand.
There is an enormous amount of equipment in those vehicles that just needs to keep running, because when they're idling, there are other things still going on in the vehicle, and deputies and animal service technicians and deputies are doing other stuff while they're sitting there.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And that's all. Thank you very much.
So, Sheriff, you touched briefly on mental health, and one of the persons that's so missing this morning is Bazemore, and his commitment to the MET program, and I know there are others, but I've just known him for, that was his passion. And I hope that we can have a lot more conversation around the mental health, around the 911, the part that Gudrun does. There's a larger conversation that I think this board needs to have with the providers around mental health. I think so.
Oh, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Now, we know Major Bazemore was instrumental in getting the MAT established before his retirement. Major Barnes and Major Spencer both have stepped up, and some of our peer support folks have stepped up to take on that role. Our relationship with CJRC and Gudrun's team is phenomenal, and we work. I told Tremaine the other day, he's a Durham County Sheriff's Office employee, because I see him with my staff every single day, whether it's working with the GED program or the STAR program or working with the MAT program. Tremaine is right there with us, so our connectivity to CJRC is solid, and we work close together, as we do with Alliance and our other partners, and we will continue to develop those relationships. And the positions that I've asked for here will just further solidify those relationships and allow us to reach out to Lincoln or reach out more to Duke and have the team in place. Now, you mentioned mental health. We provide mental health to all of our females in a pod every day, and they have one-on-one sessions, they have group sessions, as well as in our male mental health pod. So those services are ongoing. And we also have now a relationship where we can, if it's an emergency, we can call on the weekend or at night to get someone on the phone to talk with a detainee that may be in crisis. So, and thanks to Gudrun and her team for helping us do that.
I guess I'm even thinking about a larger conversation. So one of the things that we know about programs, we can create all the programs in the world, but when the fish come down the river, they're still dead. It's where do we need to tap in at this, whether it's a state level or federal level, to really tap into what are the policies that we need to find out. And that's just not just for you, that's for anybody that's listening. Who do we need to tap into to find out what do we need, what policies that we need to start at a higher level and then bring it to a local level? Because this, from a local level, this is going to continue to get worse. So I'm interested in, and I believe this board is as well, is this, what do we do so that our community is not continuing to come down the stream?
No, I would absolutely support that conversation. When I started this presentation, I said, unfortunately, we run the largest mental health and opioid facility in the county. That should not be the case. So I would welcome a much larger conversation. Thank you, Chair Howard.
Thank you. Commissioner Burns?
Hey, Sheriff. Yes, you can. Yeah, he said, can y'all hear me? I'm picking. I do have a couple, and I feel really bad because they're going to be somewhat rapid fire, but it's because I want to get some of it in. One, I do thank everybody for coming here, and I thank everybody for the presentation. As always, some of the requests, I'm going to let you and Mo handle that first request. I don't want no parts of that first request. The next request that you all have, there are a lot of recommendations in there. I want to zero in on two. So one, the medical director, I know you're talking about managing compliance and contracts. When we look at our neighboring counties, I get that Wake County is way bigger than us, but they do have a full-time medical director. Is that correct? And I imagine we're not just dealing with MAT. We got folks coming on dialysis. We got folks that come in who they don't even know they have cancer. I'm getting an affirmative nod. So when you all get those folks, you know, it's no different than a doctor. You all have to treat those, I would say, alleged offenders at that point and continue to treat them until they go to trial or are perhaps released. Is that correct? And that onus is on you all to provide this save your life level of care, correct?
That is correct. That's part of my constitutional mandate.
And so I would love to see and I know some you all have WellPath, the work that you all do. You know, Commissioner Lam and I have toured the hospital. I know some of the other commissioners have. We didn't see that here. I would just love to see what some of the medical costs are, because I also imagine, you know, I'm looking at the numbers that we had. So for y'all who were not in here beforehand, ABC board was in here. You know, we look at what Mandy Cohen said. We had folks self-medicating for the past 2 years with alcohol. Like, they were self-medicating. So when you just think about how that exacerbates all these other activities, domestic violence, drunk driving, and then you have folks to come in to your office, and that's the first time they've had a medical exam, and then we see these litany of, you know, heart failure, you know, liver failure, kidney failure. So I would love to see what that number looks like, because if I'm not mistaken, we're all paying for that, and for me, the medical director makes some sense. I don't know if it's lab salaries, I don't know if how we do it here, but I do want us to think about it. It's just not the MAT program. There are a lot of illnesses coming into that facility, correct?
Absolutely. Commissioner Burns, you really hit it. I focus on MAT because that's where we need it to go to the next level.
Right.
But you're absolutely correct. I mean, just this morning we had to transport a detainee to the hospital for chest pains. We took one in over the weekend who was immediately turned around and sent to the hospital because WellPath identified that some illnesses were on board that we could not handle inside our facility. So you're absolutely right. Not a single day goes by, and Chief Hawkins and his staff will attest that we're not concerned about a medical emergency in our facility or pre-existing conditions that have gone either undiscovered or untreated. Unfortunately, those folks come to the facility for respite because they know we're going to take care of them the best we can, and that's unfortunate. But that would be certainly part of what the medical director does on a daily basis.
Thank you. And I know I'm not going to jump on the Office 360. I remember we might have talked about that one a little bit last year. The renegotiated rate, congratulations. Thank you for bringing in more money to the county. It would be nice to see some of that go back. I don't know what the board's pleasure is, because we're just getting it. I didn't know that the 1.7 came straight to us, or a partial amount of that back. So I just want you to know I heard that request. I don't know what portion.
Sorry, I missed that.
It's good. No, it's okay. I don't know what portion of that we would be willing to take back, but that would be something that I would be interested in negotiating with that office. Here's where I want to go. I know last year when we were talking during budget, there was about 200 and some folks in the office. I mean, not the office, in the facility. And I did hear what you all said about it being 24 hours. Very seldom. I think IS&T runs 24 hours. There might be some public health, mental health services that run 24 hours. We know that hospitals and hotels run 24 hours. But you all actually run 24 hours. So that's 24-hour wear and tear. There's 24-hour like movement and taking care of people and feeding people. I want to go back really quick, and this will be where my last line of questioning falls. The medical director, that 19% deficit for the academy. So I do agree with the manager's recommendation on the increases. 386, I think, is the number of folks you said that were in the detention center, right? Something about give or take. So my question is, because I'm thinking about some other requests that we got from our district attorney's office. You know, they had 10, I think 10 or 11 lawyers. Now they're down to 8. There's another request. That number is high, and I'm trying to figure out, and I don't know if you all know this, how many individuals are actually in the detention center that have not gone to trial in maybe 4 or 5 years?
Approximately 300.
300? Anybody
Yeah,
over 4 or 5
approximately
years?
300 individuals are awaiting trial. We have some state misdemeanor confinement folks that we're housing for the state, that the state pays us for. Yeah, the number's close to 300.
Anybody at the 5 or 6 year mark?
Yes.
Can we get those numbers if somebody has them?
Yeah, absolutely.
At 5 or 6 years have not gone to trial at all.
Yeah, we ran those numbers about 2 months ago, and I can certainly forward it to the board.
Okay.
We have at least one individual that is approaching 6 years awaiting trial, a couple of individuals who are at 5 years awaiting trial, and then a host of folks who are 3 years.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can get that.
And this is where I'll close at. So I'm thinking about those numbers. I'm thinking about the deficit detention officers. I'm thinking about fatigue and the need for a body scanner because somebody had the unmitigated gall to, you don't forget you got a gun on your ankle. You know, Madison Cawthorn said last week he forgot he bought a gun into, what was it, Charlotte Douglas. You don't forget that you have a gun on you, you know. So we have less officers, less eyes. We need the scanners. And officers in detention center do not carry weapons, correct? So this is a powder keg that we're pretty much sitting on. And like you said, it would have been on the news. So those are just some of the things I'm trying to wrap my head around from a safety standpoint. You know, we're safe out there. Are people safe in there? Are we doing the best that we can? And the last thing I did say that was the last thing. I know I've heard the questions from my board members. I've seen the emails. I actually agree to a certain extent. It'd be great to see some of the 911 numbers. But I was in a meeting with a group of individuals not too long ago, a recorded Zoom, and it was a public meeting, and they professed that, you know, we can get the police department's numbers. We can't get the sheriff's deputies' numbers. I said you can if you do a public records request. I just want to say right here, right now, even with the request that you all are getting from us, I know Commissioner Lom had one, I think Commissioner Jacobs will have you received a public records request about your 911 data from anybody outside of us?
No.
Ever?
No.
That was all I needed. Thank you so much.
And I want to make sure Commissioner Lum and all of the commissioners understand that our 911 center is separate from Durham City's 911 center, okay?
Right.
And so our data is collected by us in-house. So to my knowledge, to date, no one has requested information, Freedom of Information Act request related to our 911 numbers. So
Okay,
we can make that available to you, absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Just to piggyback on something that Commissioner Burns was asking about cost. There was Medicaid reimbursement. Did that ever happen for inmates? I know there was a lot of conversation about it years ago, and we talked to the association about it. Did that ever happen or not?
I don't believe it did.
Not to my knowledge. The reimbursement from the state.
Yes.
Not to my knowledge.
All right, thanks. Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you. Thank you, Sheriff, and also to all of the staff that is here from the Office of the Sheriff. Really appreciate you being here and all the work that you do. I have some follow-up questions as well, and thank you for this very detailed report. Related to one of the questions that Commissioner Burns just asked, it would be great if we could get some idea of how many people are in the jail that are our local detainees versus the ones that we are housing from out of state. I think at one time we had gotten those numbers, but to just get those from you. And it's also great to see that the jail numbers are still down from what they were pre-COVID, and looking at the trends and that's, you know, that's what our goal is for our community, right? Is to have as few people in the jail as possible. But I think it's important to understand that some of those numbers are not local folks, because, you know, that's a community goal to reduce our jail population. So for us to understand, well, who are really our local folks? Yeah. Because you know.
Yeah.
Right.
Commissioner Jacobs, not to cut you off, but yeah, we don't house out-of-state inmates.
Or not out of state. I mean, some of the folks who were asked by the state for us to house.
Right. Our state misdemeanor confinement program.
Right. That's what I mean.
26.
Okay, 26.
And
that's important because that even makes our local numbers actually less.
By 26, correct.
Right.
That is correct.
Right. And that's been one of our, you know, Durham County goals is to reduce the number of people who are in the jail. And actually our indicators in the beginning of our budget book show, I mean, this is an area where we are making progress in Durham County because of all the things that, you know, CJRC does, our court system, you know, diversion, you know, pretrial release, you know, there's many, many, many different things that we are doing as a community, and it's working. So I also just want to acknowledge again the continuing impact of COVID, and I know that, you know, that's something that you all have been dealing with, and just with the numbers where they are now, just wondering, you know, how it's going for you all. What kind of things are you doing with testing, and you know, are you able to offer people boosters, because now we're into boosters, and you know, it's just obviously ongoing, you know, with masks. Do you have the K, you know, not everybody likes the way the N95 feels. They're kind of uncomfortable, but at least, you know, KN95s, just in overall, just wanted to hear a little bit about
absolutely
the ongoing COVID situation.
We have done just really nothing short of a miracle when it comes to COVID, because as you know, we did not have a single positive case. I think it was until April 20. You know, when everybody was having outbreaks and jails were really scrambling, we didn't have one. Captain McKinney, I don't think she's here, has really, I've designated her as our COVID protocol czar, and she has picked up that mantle and running with it. She tracks all the data. I can get you the specific numbers. We are still testing. We do offer the boosters through our relationship with public health. We've vaccinated over 1,000. We've vaccinated over 1,000 detainees when they come in. Obviously, some refuse, but now we are continuing to do that. And if they refuse to be tested, we still have space to where we can isolate them and follow the protocols for isolation to make sure that they're not positive or suffering from an illness. So I can certainly get you those numbers. I think Captain McKinney published a dashboard on yesterday, and I didn't bring that with me, but it'll show how many tests we've given, how many positive cases we've had, how many staff we've tested, and approximately 90% of the sheriff's office personnel are vaccinated, maybe 95% now that folks went back and got their booster after a pregnancy or whatever. So that's a really good number for us, and you all know I mandated the vaccine very early on. So I can get you those numbers, but we continue to do that every week, and we're testing bi-weekly to make sure that our staff was safe and our inmate population was safe.
Thank you. And related to salaries, I want to acknowledge our county manager for, she did include in her budget. We had a lot of passionate testimonies at our public hearing from your staff, and that those are all are reflected in the budget. And I also want to acknowledge the manager. There is significant investment in the office of the sheriff in this budget. I mean, it's millions. I tried to sum it up. I think it's close to $4 million. I just glanced at it very quickly, but the things that she is recommending for funding. But I would love to see with a breakdown, with what is going to be funded related to staff, understanding, which positions, if we could understand more, where the vacancies are and how these salary investments are going, what is it going to actually mean for those positions? Who is this money going to go to, and to understand what are we going to see? How is that going to change those salaries for? Because obviously we want to impact the staff who are the most underpaid, and especially the areas where you are losing, having the most challenge in filling. So I would love for us to get that follow-up information. And, I can say as chair of the DSS board, you all are not alone. There's a lot of there are frontline workers in DSS too, like our CPS workers that also are, we're having a lot of trouble with vacancies and positions. It's definitely an issue in a lot of different places in our community. So that would be helpful. And then I was wondering the $824,646 for continuing the Nighthawk services to help. Is that, I guess maybe more for the county manager, is that being funded out of lap salaries, or how is that being funded?
Which program?
The Nighthawk, the supplements, the security at the courthouse and at the detention center.
It's the contract with Nighthawk.
I think that's just general fund, but I'm looking at Keith. It's general fund.
Okay,
If
well, I
it
guess,
were, yep.
David, you
Vice Chair, hey, we work with Heather through this. Essentially, it's going to be funded out of lap salary.
Okay.
And as we're able, if we recover within this year, it'll be put back into availability to fill the positions to take that back over.
Okay, thank you. And related to vehicles, I really appreciate the pivoting to the energy efficient vehicles. And I was wondering, and I know Tobin is not here, but I'm so excited about our, I think it's called the Green Initiative 2030, her plan with how, using some pools of vehicles and things like that. Just wondering, are you all doing that type of assessment as well with your fleet, with perhaps the help of Tobin, looking at ways to have, there might be some people that could share vehicles or just, are you looking at kind of a big picture plan related to your fleet management also?
Currently, we're not considering sharing of vehicles, but it's certainly something we can evaluate. Years ago, that used to be a model that most law enforcement agencies prescribed to. However, it resulted in higher maintenance because of different drivers. Again, these vehicles run 24/7. So we moved away from that model, and I'm talking back, I've been around long enough, I'm talking the 80s and the early 90s, that was sort of a standard. Since probably 91, 92, that's really not a best practice. But with technology changing and the hybrid vehicles, we certainly can look at it, but it's pretty much been phased out. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I would encourage you all to maybe partner with Tobin on that. That's what we're moving to with the county, is looking at some strategies like that. And I'm really interested to learn whether it changes what, like you said, you're tracking to see, do we have different standards around maintenance now? I know, like, my husband has a Prius, and you know, you have to you change your oil like a lot less frequently. The maintenance is so different, so it'll be interesting to see just how that changes our policy and our practices. But anyway, so just wanted to throw that out there. And I just, you know, I'm so excited to see those numbers for the MAT program related to recidivism and the people who choose to take advantage of the opportunity to go into treatment. And of course, the next step is, besides the recidivism, is people who don't overdose. As Commissioner Carter mentioned, Gudrun, the programs that she runs to make sure that when people leave the jail, that they get right seamlessly continue their treatment, because that is when people are actually at the greatest risk of dying. Because if you have been not using and then all of a sudden you use, you are, you know, at the greatest risk of overdosing. So Gudrun and I just came back from Pima, Arizona. Durham County has been the recipient of a MacArthur grant, and so we're participated in the County Justice Peer Learning Network, Peer Exchange, and really look forward to all of us working together on so many of these issues, as Chair Howerton mentioned. And, you know, I look forward to us, you know, in the coming year, as we look at the opioid funding and I think, as Commissioner Carter mentioned, really understanding how all of our systems are working and what are the best practices. And you know, I don't want to get into it now, but just some of the really exciting things that we saw, and I'll give one example in Pima County, and you mentioned peer support. That is really what everybody is focusing on nationally. And in Pima County, they have, you know, folks, peer support specialists that work in the jail. And as soon as somebody comes into the detention center, they're already working on their exit plan. Like as soon as they get there, they meet with a peer support specialist who is talking to them about, okay, so when you leave, where are you going to live? Where are you going to work? What kinds of health treatments, you know, mental, physical health do you need? And they start building that relationship from day one. And then when they walk out the door, it's a warm handoff. There is somebody literally there when they walk out the door, a peer support person who sticks with them as long as they need to help them with everything. And so, so I'm really excited for all of us to work together. You know, related to the 911 calls, I appreciate the information that you did share with us. And I guess one of my questions is, do we need, you know, more detailed information like, you know, the city did with RTI, where they went back and listened to all the calls and tried to categorize them. But, you know, I think some of the bigger picture discussions are, and we don't have time today, but, you know, how do we all work together with the city pilots? You know, what makes sense for, you know, for your office, for how we support, you know, with, you know, mental health, you know, whether it's co-response, alternate response. I don't know what the answers are, but, you know, what the next steps are about how we all work together on this. And, you know, I just want to say, related to the medical office request, I think that really needs to be part of a bigger understanding of, because, you know, right now we have public health who manages the health contract, and then, you know, CJRC manages our mental health and substance use, and just what is the right structure and what are the right roles, and understanding our system. I think we need to really look at those, and also with the opioid funding coming in, what's the best way to finance all those things. So just want to throw that out there, and I look forward to this being one of the big themes in the year ahead for all of us to work together on. And anything you want to add, go ahead, Sheriff.
Thank you, Vice Chair Jacobs. You certainly threw out a lot. But let me just say this. We're already working together every single day. Our relationship, as I mentioned a moment ago, with CJRC and her team, they're in the facility. Public health, we're in the facility. Public health, yes, manages the medical contract, but it's my people and the WellPath staff that work daily on managing the inmates, managing the population. And just a point of clarification, our numbers pre-COVID were low, around 250, 240, but since we've sort of moved to an endemic versus a pandemic, our numbers are creeping back up. So we're averaging anywhere between 375 to close to 400. So yes, our numbers are not at 700, which is our capacity, but our numbers are still creeping up. And it is very rare that we get someone from the coast that we house in our state misdemeanor confinement program. They usually come from either the next county over the next county, so they're centrally located. And right now we have 28 of those. Those other individuals are Durham residents awaiting trial for crimes committed in Durham where they live. So the majority, the overwhelming number of the people who are housed in our facility are from Durham. And so just want to make sure you understood those 2 points. But as far as working together, I and my staff stand ready to work with anyone and try any ideas. Again, I think we're cutting edge in Durham, not just Durham County, but certainly the Durham County Sheriff's Office, the detention facility. We get calls on what we're doing with the MAT, with mental health, from other sheriff's offices across the state and country. So Gudrun and I traveled to San Diego, 3 years ago, I think it was, again, talking about how innovative we can be and what other programs are out there. So we're working together. I think I'm ready for other people to come to the table to sit with us because we're doing the work. We have to do the work. That facility, again, doesn't close. So we have to have those resources. We have to have those wraparound services. We have to have the peer support people in place as we do, and we have to continue that. And we will, and I look forward to it. My time up? So yeah, you're absolutely correct, and we will continue that. Yeah, thank you. Just reminded me we have a peer support person in place. We need more peer support people, and that's part of the program. That's part of our expansion because we're doing that exactly what you mentioned about those wraparound services. We don't always get a warm handoff because our public partners are not equipped. So we lean heavily on Alliance, and they've been great partners, but then there are other partners out there that we need to bring to the table, including Duke, to give more resources. As you know, we've been in this conversation with Duke for 7, 8 years when we first started this, and so perhaps it's time for them to up their game a bit to give us more resources so that we can have that warm handoff that you're talking about.
And I think that's just part of the larger conversation of us understanding where are the gaps. And one other thing I just want to quickly, I forgot to ask you about because you highlighted it in, I guess, in the performance measures, and we've heard about it in other conversations, the number of guns that are stolen out of cars, and just wondering what your thoughts are about how, like, our public health gun safety team could be a partner in this and educating and awareness Because isn't it something like 800 guns a year? I can't remember the number. It's insane that guns are taken out of unlocked cars. But I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that issue.
Sure, absolutely. I think 800 is maybe a bit low. This is a very timely question. As you know, the DA and I partnered this morning on a gun lock safety program in front of the courthouse before I came over here, so she's thinking about it. Just yesterday, I was at the General Assembly talking to our legislators about responsible gun ownership and how we can sort of incentivize people. If you're going to own your gun, you're going to have to be responsible, or there are going to be some consequences if you perhaps revoking your privilege or whatever that looks like. So we're having that conversation at the state level, certainly through the General Assembly, the Sheriff's Association, Police Association, Moms Demand Action. We're all having that conversation about how can we further educate and encourage folks to be responsible gun owners. Some of the things that we've done with public health is the public service announcements and trying to educate. We will have a community event where we give out gun locks, and we also give out material about gun safety and properly securing your weapons. It boggles my mind that people will have a weapon, leave it in their vehicle, go to inside a store, leave their vehicle unlocked, and now you have a weapon that's sitting in a parking lot that's unsecure. It happens all the time. So I think through further education, more public service announcements, and eventually I'd like to see some legislation passed that addresses the lack of being responsible gun owners. Then we need to get some folks' attention. And I said this last week in the interview, we need to push for banning assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. This should not be the case. You should not have access to those. And I've said it in public meetings, and I'll say it here. That's the route I think we should take to get a handle on this gun violence.
Sheriff, I just want to say thank you and your team. This is a budget meeting, but we must not forget what's going on in our society right now. And I ask you to take care of yourselves. I'm getting some emails that has generated some emotion here. Because we tend to forget the human side, the human being side of who we are as human beings. When we get into these budget meetings, it's all about the dollars. But given what's happening right now with our children and our officers, take care of yourselves, whether it's physical or mental.
Mayor Hamilton, thank you so much for that. I can say without a doubt, everything I do and my team is about saving lives. And we have to take care of ourselves in order to do that. And the tragedies that are playing out daily are heart-wrenching and preventable. And when we think about these acts of violence are preventable, it makes it worse. So thank you for that. And we cannot forget about the pain that is inflicted on our community and ourselves. So thank you.
Commissioners, I need a break. Why don't we take a lunch break at this time? And then we can reconvene in about 20 minutes. Our lunch is ready.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
All right, let's get started. Let's start back here so we can get everybody out of here. So you are in place. Did I get the right one? This is Emergency Medical Services EMS presentation as we get started back again. And Rose and his team is here. Start with the presentation.
Wonderful. Hope you can hear me okay.
Yes.
My name is Jim Groves, and I am your Office of Emergency Services Director. Today, I'm fortunate to have with me our Business Services Manager, Katrina Harrell, our Deputy Business Services Manager, Tracy DeShazo, our Chief Paramedic, Mark Lockhart, and Jason Shepard is still feeding his body in there. If you know Jason, he can eat more than any human that I've ever met. So
okay.
He's still in there having a ball, but he doesn't look like it. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share with you. We received feedback from the budget request and from the board based off the manager's recommended budget. So we have prepared this particular presentation in answer to your questions. So we hope we've done a good job answering your questions that you posed that came up to us. And as we get started, I want to thank you for supporting those ambulances that you let us get earlier this year. And it was a little bit of an add-on, but that's going to help us stay very healthy with our fleet. And Ms. Carter, you had a question about the idling. If we can go ahead and just knock that one out right now. Ditto to what Mr. LaBar said. We have a lot of equipment. In addition, on the boxes of our ambulances, we have a lot of lighting back there so we can see what's going on with the patient. But between the equipment that we use with the lighting and the external lighting and the environmental controls, ambulances idle a lot. The stealth power, however, is going to significantly reduce that idling. We met with the vendor with Tobin a few weeks ago, Mark?
About 2 weeks ago.
And we're hearing that the supply chain might not be as bad as we thought it once was, so very encouraging for that new set of units coming in. So I just wanted to go ahead and share that with you while it was fresh on my mind. So our vehicle replacement schedule, we follow the county's general fleet replacement policy for our sedans, SUVs, and things like that. The county's policy there is about 7 years or 125,000 miles max. So with everything that we own, besides the ambulances, we follow the county's replacement schedule. The county's replacement schedule for ambulances is about 8 years to 10 years and 150,000 miles max, right? So as a baseline, that's what the county's policy is. However, I'd like to kind of explain some things that the policy is a few years old. And so when we look at putting forward a recommendation to replace an ambulance, these are the things that we're thinking about. A baseline for what we do. We have about 10 or 11 ambulances on the road every day, 24/7. And then we also add 8 or 9 ambulances peak shifts. So we try to address our call volume by adding a unit to take care of the peaks, right? So that gives us roughly 18 or 19 ambulances on the road every single day. And that is based off of what we're able to do right now. So we have about 37 units. If you look us having 18 or 19 on the road every single day, let's just say we've got our 37 ambulances. Right now, we've got 5 out of service due to age, mileage, and unreliability. One's in the body shop. We've got another one awaiting a chassis remount. And then 9 are at the dealer undergoing a recall by Mercedes-Benz. So out of those 37, we really only have 21 available right now. On high-performing EMS systems, having 1 spare for every 3 to 4 ambulances is where we want to be. Okay, so we're really cognizant of that fact that we want to be able to stick with the replacement schedule. We want to make sure we have the spares, but also we want to make sure that we have a healthy fleet. Another reason why you don't want the ambulances turned off is it's really bad if you have a patient in the back and they don't crank. So idling constantly kind of prevents that. And again, excited about the self-power and our opportunity to kind of get over that hurdle. That's a really big hurdle for us. So our future planning, if you look at just our population growth, if we don't do anything else, we'll need to go from about 19 ambulances a day to about 24 ambulances a day. All right. Now we're actively finding ways that we can reduce the burden on 911 and 911 dispatch of EMS. But if we did nothing else right now, that is our future planning. And so we see that continually going up until we find the magic solution to working with our community on when they really need 911 versus when they may not. When we may need to transfer someone with a mental health or behavioral health concern to an alternate facility that's going to better care of them versus to the ED by ambulance. So there's a lot of things that we can think about to help reduce that burden. But again, unsaid, that's a pretty big number for us. Our current plan is...
Jim, excuse me, can you get just a little closer?
I'm sorry, I lost it. All right, so our current plan is to replace about 5 or 6 ambulances every year for the next 45 years. Obviously, next year we'll bypass because you all were gracious on giving those extra ones. But that's going to be until we can get our fleet replaced and healthy. Again, our policy and the county's policy, 7 or 8 years, 150,000 miles max. But here's what the county policy doesn't address right now that we do look at. Every hour that our units idle, it equates to about 25 road miles. So if you take our idle time into consideration, instead of 19,000 miles a year, our ambulances engine impacts are about 40,000 miles a year. So if you look at that, that could put us in a 4-year replacement cycle with the county policy versus the 8-year replacement cycle with the replacement policy. Stealth's going to fix that for us and help keep us where we need to be. We believe that's going to happen. Something else exciting about this new ambulance that we're bringing in is we're going to be able to remount the box. Remounting the box is going to save us about $100,000 a year. So if you look through the life cycle of an ambulance and being able to replace that box about 5 times, we can save $500,000 per ambulance than we've ever done in the past. So another way we're trying to make sure we're being as responsible as we can for the taxpayers' money. Our fire marshal funding. The city of Durham doesn't pay anything for our fire inspections, fire investigation, or anything like that. That's completely county funded. The city has their own fire prevention department, if you will, or division within the city fire department. But our fire marshal division does all inspections and investigations outside of the municipal limits, with the exception of any county-owned building and any public school. That includes publicly funded schools, charter schools. We do all of those inspections and investigations there as well. If you recall your action you took on February 7, you designated the county fire marshal to be able to do that for our public schools. We do generate revenue through plans review, through construction permits, operational permits, and building inspections, and we've got some examples of that we'll show here. It's important to know that state law mandates that we do these inspections. We've got to be in our schools twice a year. We've got to adhere to the state inspection schedule on a 1-, 2-, and 3-year rotation, depending on what type of occupancy it is. But we've got to be able to do that. Our fee structure is set to be proactive. In years past, even back from when I was here back in 1993 to 2003, we had to adhere to this state schedule, right? And to make sure that we were getting into our establishments and our churches and things like that on a regular basis. But our fee structure is proactive now. Fire Marshal Shepard has proposed this new fee schedule that's much more proactive, much more supportive and educational, and really doesn't rely on that punitive look unless we absolutely need it. Years past, it was almost all punitive. So again, giving them a chance to be proactive. The fees only apply to commercial properties. They don't apply to residential properties unless it's used as a daycare. So we don't go into folks' homes or apartment buildings or anything like that. And then our small businesses with this new fee schedule are minimally affected. If you're less than 1,000 square foot, it's only a $30 fee. If it's between 1,000 and 2,500, it's $45, and up to 10,000, it's $100. So minimal impact on our small businesses. And again, our fees are actually paying for the amount of time that we're doing the work versus being punitive, right? There's a lot of construction going on that's associated with COVID and just organic growth in the community. But if you look, a lot of our bio-farm folks, we've got facilities that are 300,000 square foot, 700,000 square foot. You don't do that in a couple hours. You don't do that in a day. So these fees are taken up for the time it actually goes through to look at those life safety systems, to make sure the sprinklers are appropriate and working, to make sure the alarms are appropriate and working. So Jason's proposal addresses the amount of time that we're spending there. With this new fee schedule, we believe, and thanks to Samantha Smith, the intern, she hooked up with our fire marshal and did a really deeper dive into our data. Initially, we thought we were only going to get about $14,000 out of this new fee schedule. Right now, with her new estimate, it looks like we're going to be about $36,000 to the good on revenues with this new fee schedule. So being proactive, being supportive, and bringing in additional money is the kind of the story I want you to hear from me right now. Our EMS fees. Well, let me ask you this, if I could, Commissioners. Would you want to ask questions at the end of every kind of segment, or do you want me to go through the presentation and just pepper us?
Please, go ahead and do your presentation.
Go through.
And
yes, ma'am.
We'll go back to whatever questions that way the board has.
Thank you. So our EMS fees. Our EMS fees are based on the Medicare fee schedule. It was established back in the 90s, really went active in the early 2000s, but it basically says ambulance services can charge a reasonable amount for services, and that helps us offset our general fund, these fees. So in North Carolina, the thing talks about a reasonable cost and a reasonable charge that's regional, and in North Carolina regional, we're seeing anywhere from 150% of the Medicare fee schedule up to 250% of the Medicare fee schedule. I believe the manager's proposed budget was 200%, right there in the middle. We'll give you some data supporting why we made that recommendation to her. I also want to share with you that, the Medicaid reform that we just went through last year, where we basically flipped the way we charge for Medicaid payment. Once upon a time, the county would get paid a little, and then we would do a cost settlement report at the end of the year, and then they would pay us a lot. Now they pay us up front, and then we settle, and we pay the state back a little each year. Unfortunately, we think we're going to have a concern with revenues coming in just for a little while because the payers, the 5 payers that we had to contract with, are sending money where we can't find it, or it's going into the public health budget where we're having to reconcile that. So it's not as smooth as we had originally proposed to the state. And we've provided the state that feedback. It's a lot of extra work on our staff versus going into our EMS lockbox like everything should. And so a lot of frustration, impact on our revenues. We think we'll eventually see it, but right now, so far, what we're noticing is a little slower than it should be. So just to kind of share where we're at with our current rates, right? So we benchmarked Buncombe County, Guilford County, Mecklenburg County, Orange, and Wake, right? Folks that are similar to us, obviously Meck's a little bit bigger. We wanted to give you an idea of what was going on across the state. So the top chart lets you know kind of where everyone is currently. So right now, Durham, We were at 157 before this request. Buncombe just last budget year went to 200%. Guilford just went to 200%. Mecklenburg's private, they're all over the place. You can say they go as high as 350%. And then Orange was all over the place last year, and Wake stays at a steady 150%. Proposed rate for this budget year, again, we're proposing 200%. Buncombe didn't change. They were already at 200. Guilford, no change. They were already at 200. Mecklenburg keeps on trucking on. Orange went across the board to 150%, and then Wake didn't change at all. So if you look at kind of where we're at with similar performing systems, we're right there in the middle of them, or right there with them. Now, what does that look like money-wise, revenue-wise? Well, if you look at where we go from 157% to 200%, the service level is kind of like a BLS non-emergent. That's what that BLS-NE means. BLS-E is basic life support emergent. ALS-NE, advanced life support non-emergent, advanced life support emergent. And the ALS-2 is, I like to call it ALS super emergent, right? There's a lot going on there and a lot of costs with that. But that's the change in our rates between 157% where we're at right now on that 200%. If you look at what we potentially could bring in revenue, if you look at this, and this chart on the bottom is about a month old, but if you look at the revenues that we have brought in, the billing that we brought in so far, we annualized that for this year. If we stayed at 157, we would bill for just under $23 million. If we went with a 200%, we would bill for just over $29 million, okay? Billing is different than what we actually are paid. So we gave a couple models on what we have experienced through COVID and through the lifetime of this type of a system. But if we look at, we just get 43% on revenue, that increases us by $2.7 million. If we can get as high as 60% or even over, that would bring us up to $3.8 million. That helps offset the general fund for everything that happens with EMS, including the proposed salary change. We wanted to share with our payers because we know we want to make sure we are considerate of who's being billed and who is reimbursing us for the trip. So we've broken down for you over 20 and 21 the different payers, if you will. Facilities, that's hospital to hospital. If Big Duke goes to Duke Regional because they don't have the type of service that the patient needs, that's their responsibility. They call us for transport. That's what they pay us. So you can see the number of trips, our net collection rate, and the revenues that we've generated. So with facilities, we average about an 86.2% collection on those bills. For commercial insurance, we see about 65.5. For Medicaid, great at 97%. MCO is down to 77.8%.
Quick question before you slip.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us the difference between the the MCO and the other Medicaid listed here on that chart?
Right. Tracy, do you want to address that, the speaker? I would, but I would probably get her to help me anyway.
Good afternoon. The FFF is going to be the fee for schedule, and the MCO is going to be the managed care organizations. So those 5 payers that we have a contract with the Medicaid transformation is going to be the MCO, and then the FFF is just the regular fee for Medicare.
Thank you, Tracy. You can see, again, just going through Medicare Advantage, 82%. Other government payers, this is kind of like TRICARE for military, anything that those folks and their insurance accompanying that, largely centered around the VA, about 75%. The patients, the people that present as underinsured, non-insured, whatever, are right at 10%. So our direct bills to patients we only get about 10% of our billing back from those folks, right? There's some reasons for that. And there's some also interesting explanation of what bill patient actually means in reality, right? And then we have third party. That's going to be your auto insurance that pays first before medical insurance kicks in, AFLAC for supplemental insurance and things like that. Pretty low number of trips and pretty high average response rate. So we wanted to make sure with the bill patient that you understood that these may be our economically deprived folks in our community that either can't afford insurance, choose not to have insurance, right? But it's just not that. And this is why we have such a hard time putting our thumb on how we're serving our potentially more economically deprived parts of our community, right? We know that some people can't. They may not have Medicaid. They might not be able to afford commercial insurance. But what we're having to do is take a deeper dive on this because it looks like a real big number right there, right? 6,000 for 2021. But in reality, sometimes when people are picked up on a motor vehicle accident, they are unconscious. And so we don't get their information up front. It goes here. Sometimes they say, you know what? I'm not giving you my information. I don't want to until they receive a bill. But, you know, if we don't have it, they've got to go in this lump sum too. So what I'm saying is our bill patient is a hodgepodge of things that we have to figure out a way to weed through to give you accurate information on those folks in our community that are more economically deprived. And we just don't have that granularity of information to be able to provide you right now. All right, mobile integrated healthcare. This is our community paramedics. You recall the previous board initiated a pilot program. I believe it was in 18, is that fair? That started the community paramedic program, and that was really on opioids. Well, over the years, that has expanded, and now there's another initiative out there, and mobile integrated healthcare is a much better term, if you will, than community paramedics. So, Board, I'd like you to know that versus community paramedics, you may hear us say MIH means the same thing, right? Just expanded service. But we have 2 paramedics that are on our team, and then a paramedic, Captain Helen Tripp, which manages the team. They are primarily responding to opioid follow-ups. They have incorporated falls. They are being dispatched by 911 to assist with behavioral health issues. They respond when our units arrive and recognize this person's in a crisis that may not be needing an ambulance transport. Our community paramedics come in there and assist them. So we are in the middle of assessing what expansion looks like for mobile integrated healthcare. I can tell you one of our main focuses right now is on our retention to get paramedics fully staffed. We've got to be able to do that. We've got to be able to answer the 911 call. But also while we're doing that, we're talking and thinking through what this might look like for us. Could we have a physician's assistant or nurse practitioner on staff either at 911 or with our folks? Or our community paramedics able to expand and maybe call back to those folks and maybe do a virtual meeting between the patient and them and their, much like Houston and their Ethan program, right? So that's a big deal that we want to benchmark communities across the United States that we believe are doing a good job with mobile integrated healthcare. Find out if that's a good fit for Durham and how that would be a good fit for our system versus kind of reinventing the wheel for no reason. But we see that as a logical progression of what's going on with our community paramedics right now. We think that can make a huge impact. In addition to that, we think kind of our collaboration that we're working with the community safety on their crisis teams, OES is supplying them with 2 EMTs. So they will be our 2 EMTs that will be detailed to the community safety program to be able to respond with them. We think that's good for a couple reasons. One, it keeps the EMTs in the same medical direction. One, it keeps them familiar with our community, folks that have been here, that's been working with us, and they know our system, and they're more likely to kind of know the folks that they're going to run into. And we think it's much more economical, right? But it also gives our folks a chance to learn something new versus riding on the back of the truck. They can have this experience, maybe rotate out after a few months and maybe put someone else in there. But we see this as a growth opportunity for our EMTs as well. We believe that the data that Ryan and his team will collect is going to be really helpful in informing how we move forward with MIH as well. We don't want to duplicate effort. We want to enhance effort. And we think data from that is going to be very beneficial. So with that, our entire team is ready to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Jim. Thanks. Commissioners, questions, comments? Commissioner Burns?
Mine is relatively quick. One, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for explaining the fee schedule. I thought, and maybe manager can answer this one, or maybe you. I thought you could only go up 200% on Medicaid costs. I saw the asterisks at the bottom. You know when you showed us Orange, Mecklenburg, Guilford, and they were like 270. Duke community. I'm not advocating for the fees to go up that high, but I'm just wondering. You know, how were they able to go past these caps? You all had a little asterisk at the bottom, and maybe I just missed it. Like,
I believe, and Mark and Tracy, I'll ask to kind of back me up, but the way the kind of rule is written is they will be, you can bill for reasonable costs.
Okay.
So if you look at our reasonable costs, maybe perhaps to something that Medic does down in Charlotte-Mecklenburg, they could be significantly different. And if it's a reasonable cost and they can prove it's a reasonable cost, they can go beyond that.
Okay, and then I saw, thank you for telling us what MIH is, and it's all-encompassing of paramedicine now. So when the community asks, I can say, oh, it's kind of like an umbrella term, correct? Somewhat of an umbrella term.
Mobile integrated healthcare is being used more frequently now to reflect what emergency medical services is doing. So when we're doing point of care testing in the home, or we're doing fall prevention, or non-emergency work. So yes, it's become more of an umbrella term, including the emergency medical work.
Perfection. And then you mentioned with the paramedicine, you mentioned a group in Houston. You said Houston, and then I didn't hear what the program
It's called Ethan.
Ethan. I thought you said Ether, and I said, let me make sure. And that's what I typed down. So it's Ethan, so it's something.
It's an initiative that they named Ethan about how they're going about this mobile integrated healthcare. There's virtual visits and everything like that.
Okay, and so when you talk about the 2 to 3 EMTs for city and community safety, that's the community safety department that the city has, and so we're going to rotate. And do you imagine like their work will be mental health focused, de-escalation? So okay, that's what we're looking at.
The city's community safety's kind of role with these crisis response teams, if you will, is to respond with people with either behavioral health or mental health crisis that doesn't need necessarily a law enforcement officer coming up on them, right? So the deal is to go with a clinician and to have an EMT there just in case.
Right, perfect. I was just, it was one bullet. I wanted to make sure we had clarification. I like that we're doing that, so yeah, kudos to you all. And I came in late, if you wouldn't mind. Who is our other person here? I hadn't been introduced.
This is Katrina Harrell. She's our business services manager.
Nice to meet you, Katrina. That was all I had. Thank you so much. I already know you. I stole your line last week, so. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for this presentation and for all the different important services that you provide to our community. I support the proposal about increasing the fees, and I appreciate the challenge with this issue and all the different, different payment providers that you have to work with. And I'm sorry to hear about the challenge with Medicaid transformation and now dealing with 5 different Medicaid providers and how that's going, and wondering at the state level, is the state helping with that? And because, you know, they're the one who's implemented the system because if we're having a problem with this, I can only imagine in smaller counties who don't have the resources that we have to try to, you know, follow up on this issue would really be a burden. So I just, that was one question. And then related to the challenges with direct pay, you know, patient billing, you know, because we get emails about circumstances like we did recently, and there's always more to the story, and wondering what you all can do or what you're legally HIPAA related allowed to do in terms of providing patients kind of a information at that time, like, you know, this is what we suggest that you do, you know, in terms of them paying, making sure that they tell their insurance to pay you and not have the check come to them, and then they're upset about why they got the bill. Right. But, you know, I'm just wondering what are some ways to help address what may be confusion or not understanding how the system works, if it is through your own personal insurance or whatever.
So we posed that to Tracy, and we currently do that. So wherever they're at in their stage of the billing process, we provide information, but perhaps we need to take another look just to make sure it stands out for them. But Tracy, please.
Can hear you. Act like you love the mic, like you.
Can you hear me now?
The there we
awesome.
Go. Just love the mic.
So in reference to the difficulties that we've seen in receiving the payments, that is not isolated to Durham County. That is definitely across the board. The state is aware. We're constantly giving them feedback and letting them know some of the issues that we're actually facing, and they're trying to help us get those issues resolved. It's actually better than when we first started, but again, we do still have those few hiccups that we're working out with the state. In reference to our self-pay patients, when they're actually transported, we try to stay away from the cost of the transport because we want them to understand that the main priority is their health, and so we don't want them to be as concerned as about the bill at that time. However, we do let them know to contact our third-party billing agent, and they will walk them through the process. And if they are not able to get the problem resolved with the billing agent, to please contact us at Durham County directly, and we will help walk them through the process.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You must be a very patient person, but thank you. And I just want, and I really commend you also on your vehicle replacement policy. I think I'm just impressed that you are responding to the technology and being really innovative in how you're looking at how do we respond and adapt to what the technology is now allowing us to do. So I really appreciate that. You know, it's environmentally conscious, it's also cost conscious, and so thank you. I wanted to focus a little bit on the MIH. I need to get that in my head, Mobile Integrated Health Unit, because I'm still thinking community paramedicine. But I really look forward to you all bringing back to our board more information about what are some other ways that this program could serve our community. I just think it's like a bang for our buck, considering that we only have really only one person working at a time as a paramedic, because there are two people on the ground, but they each work 12-hour shifts. And I was actually, Helen and Gudrun and I are partnering on applying for a Familiar Faces grant right now. And so I was looking at some of the data, and I was amazed that with one person, we have reduced our Familiar Faces 911 calls by 27%. That is incredible. So, you know, because what we find is these are people that have all kinds of things going on, you know, whether it's a behavioral health issue or an elder abuse issue or a substance use issue or a housing issue, that these, you know, your staff is really making a difference in people's lives. And, you know, people are calling for help for a reason, and that your staff, you know, the community paramedics are taking the time, visiting with people, you know, getting them into opioid treatment, you know, following up with them after they have an overdose if they can find them. It's just, you know, the one-on-one type of care that we need to provide. So the other thing is I saw a number, now I can't find it somewhere. Oh, I know it was. This has also amazed me that, so our two paramedics served 859 people in 1 year. Again, it's just like, if we want to look at getting a bang for our buck, you know. So, and this I think is also important for our board as we look at where to invest our opioid money, where to invest some of our mental health money, you know, and I really appreciate that you all have partnered with the community safety, the city's pilots, because most of the Durham County residents do live in the city, right? I mean, we only have 40,000 or less people living in the county. So, and, you know, EMS serves everybody, but, you know, it's definitely going to make sense for us to see how we can support and fit into the efforts that the city are doing. So I thank you for being a partner in that as well. And I just wanted to hear if you have any other thoughts about, you know, what are, at this point, what do you think that the MIH, and I don't know, we may need to come up with a catchier name than MIH, to be honest, because I think we want something that's going to be also user-friendly for the community, something that people will just know as well. But anyway, I just would love to hear more about your thoughts and what you've seen in other parts of the country. I know, again, we just were in Arizona, and they, I don't know, Gudrun, if we heard a lot about, we did not hear a lot about how their paramedicine program is working there, but I just would love to hear a little bit more, or maybe at another time.
Can we put that on pause, Commissioner?
Yeah,
Jacobs?
absolutely.
We are running over time,
Yeah.
and we really need to move on. If we
Yeah.
can get out of here on our scheduled time, is that?
And along those lines, the managers just tasked me as of yesterday with putting together a proposal for expanding that, so we'll be glad to provide that to the manager.
Fantastic.
And I'm sure it will get to you.
That'd be great.
Thank you so much.
Anything else in your presentation that you need?
You're good. You're good.
Anything else for the commissioners? That's a quick question.
This might require follow-up. It may not be as quick as we need it to be. But first of all, thank you, and ditto to what my colleagues have already said by way of praise. I agree with everything they said. Love that remounting the boxes on the chassis or whatever it is y'all are doing to save $500,000 per vehicle. That one sounded awesome. My questions really do relate to the fees, and I understand the need to increase the fees. Is there anywhere in the country that either used to do this or does it still not charge fees? It's just sort of part of the municipal services.
Yes, Commissioner Carter, there are several counties in the country where the cost of providing emergency medical services is covered by property taxes. And so they do not bill insurance, or in some cases, they may bill insurance and then accept whatever payment they receive as payment in full. So there is no balance billing then to the patient.
That appeals to me. I mean, I have not investigated this one single bit. Literally, I just got an email from a resident who has insurance, but was still saying it was a shock that they had a $700 bill, and they couldn't pay it right away, and they had to wait for insurance to reimburse them. And they were, one suggestion was, because we do want every single person who needs this service to be able to access it, because that's fair, and it's sort of a right? It's like the right to health care. This one individual was asking about the possibility of the process being that insurance is billed rather than the patient, and then I guess they pay what is not covered. So I didn't know whether that's an approach that we are taking and he had it wrong, or we could consider taking.
We do have a response to that. We did receive a request to help explain kind of what happened here. And so we'll make sure that gets to you with discussing that publicly with the person. But we do have a good explanation kind of how that process played out and why that happened.
Okay, very good. And I'll just be thinking about this some more. It's just one of our hundreds of social dilemmas that we're trying to make the best decisions we can about. So thank you for your work. It's so important. We so appreciate it. I can't tell you how many people say to me, I just had the best experience. With my family had to call EMS, and we just had the best experience. The technicians were awesome. Paramedics were awesome. Just always a lot of praise, and that's a tribute to you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Carter.
All right. Thank you so much. If it's nothing else for you, we appreciate your work and all of your team, and we will move on to the next presentation. The next presentation is Community Intervention Support Services. Hello.
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear my voice. I'm going to project. Good afternoon to the board, to the manager, to the assistant county attorney. Very glad to be here. Very excited to be here. Any chance we get to share about the new department, we're very excited to do that. I thought we would have a couple of the team members here, but I probably gave them the wrong time, but they might be listening. And just to introduce myself, I'm Joanne Pierce. I serve as General Manager for Community Health and Wellbeing, and this particular new department falls under the portfolio that I serve. And so I'll get started, and I look forward to the discussion that we will have. So just to share, and I'll share a little background around, why did we get a new department? And I will say in late 2020, a few parallel activities were occurring. One in which was we were looking across the enterprise, and we already obviously knew that we had, two programs sitting in public health, and those are Bull City United and also Project Build. And Project Build actually at one point was sitting in another department. However, they found a home maybe 6 years ago. I hope that's not my alarm, of course. Maybe, please shut that down for me. Thank you. Oh, very good. And so we knew that that would happen. So we knew these two programs were sitting in public health. And then there was another program, My Brother's Keeper, that was in another goal area. And as we looked at that, we saw that there could potentially be more alignment. And so we were just kind of discussing that, figuring that out. all, as you might imagine, you know, when you think about 2020, 2021, and 2022, as we are now, we were experiencing the pandemic. Also, the city, we were in conversation with the city because they were looking to partner with the county to see how they could expand Bull City United to, you know, as they served in 2 census tracts, they wanted to explore what it would look like if they partnered to expand into 4 additional census tracts. Initially, it was for 2 additional census tracts. So during the months-long conversation, they actually decided that they would expand to 4 census tracts. So that was a sudden impact to the Bull City United because it moved it from actually expanded it threefold, from 17 members to 25. So just wanted to contextualize that. So this department was truly birthed from just looking within our organization and also looking at the opportunity that we had to see how we can further align the work we had inside, how we can, you know, build a system of support internally so we can serve the public better. So thus, earlier this fiscal year, this department was created. And the name was really intentional, that we wanted it to be something that was welcoming, something that really made sense for the work that the programs did across that. And it's always good to just kind of share, you know, what the programs actually do. In essence. And so Bull City United, we know they specifically work to address shootings and identifying and mediating the potential conflicts in community. And they employ an approach that uses the Cure Violence model. And then we have My Brother's Keeper, which is a program that was developed or launched by our former President Obama to really look at, you know, the gaps that exist for boys and young men of color. And so to just really create opportunities and connection with community-rooted partners that already exist and see how we can expand on that. And then we have Project Build, which is specifically around gang prevention and intervention for young teens to early adults. And so these programs, as you can see, there's some alignment there, and so these are the programs that comprise this new department. And also Project Build follows a model. And just to speak about My Brother's Keeper, and I know the board is aware that last year, the middle of the year, the Obama Foundation or the My Brother's Keeper Alliance came out with a very unique and important equity framework that we definitely will implement, because it is probably an 8-fold program or process that really includes the essence of the things that we want to achieve: community partnerships, advanced safety, community wellness, equity. And so that's one of the things we know that My Brother's Keeper manager will lead and support. And I spent a little time here. This is the organizational chart for the new department. And one thing you will notice very quickly is that, you know, in the organization, if you look at the leadership piece, there are a number of vacant positions there. And there was an important decision that had to be made when we received the partnership through the interlocal agreement from the city, given where we were in our community and an uptick in community violence, that we had to make a decision about where we're going to work, put our effort, focus our effort, and prioritize whether we were going to get those boots on the ground, and that was the focus. Were we going to, and we made a commitment to the, through that interlocal agreement and conversations in particular, that we would ensure that we would get up to a full staff complement of violence interrupters and outreach workers by the end of this fiscal year. And I'm glad to report that those last 6 positions will be filled by June 21st. So it was about getting about 17, 18 positions filled. And that was no easy thing to do because safety, one, is a priority for obviously staff and community. And there's a quite intensive process in bringing staff on, making sure that they get trained about safety because we are talking about people actually working in a community and, you know, potentially mediating situations that you just need training and support and know that we have those things in place. And so that was the rationale behind working to get those positions filled. And through that interlocal agreement, there was only funding for literally staff on the ground and one supervisory position. So there weren't any administrative, if you will, in the office positions. They wanted on-the-ground staff, and we were committed to making sure that we fulfilled that agreement that we made for that. And so we're on point to make that happen. So now our next level of focus, obviously, is to fill those other positions. And since that time, one of the positions that was filled, the My Brother's Keeper position, it is now vacant. And so this new department, similar to many other departments, have you know, issues around hoping that we can fill positions and come up to the full staff complement that we need to have a well-running, efficient department. And then you can see there's a new request here because this, as this department was created through our looking at what would be needed to have this office, this department run the way it needs to, there needs to be an administrative arm. I will say that creating a new department in local government is interesting. And I will say that there isn't any department within county government, Durham County government, that has not reached out to say, what do you need? How can I help? So it's a pleasure to serve in Durham County government because I will say from human resources to my colleagues, fellow general managers, and just across the enterprise, the support has been just amazing for that. And then when we look at priorities, these are just, again, I mentioned that we just talked with the programs, the team, and looked at what the models they followed and, you know, just really assessed across those programs, you know, what's needed. And I mentioned that, of course, for the priority for this department is to build up the staff, get some of those leadership positions filled, all of them filled. And then there's this unique thing about when you grow, you might need space. And so that was a unique thing that the two programs that were in public health, housed in public health, they're no longer housed there. And we do definitely need space in the community. So we do have a partnership with Durham Housing Authority. So that's working its way through with the growth. And the growth was sudden. And so we're working through that. And then space, working with budget and our other internal partners to identify space and look at we've identified a couple of spaces in the community and what will be needed to upfit it, the time frame, how much it would cost. So we're just looking at that and doing assessments on that. So we know that we will have that in the near future. Definitely ongoing training and support is always needed. The programs, because they follow a model, because we get new team members, they always need training around what the model is, how to implement it, about performance measures, and also about, you know, safety. So that's a key thing. One of the things, you know, I just working with the group and serving community, we've learned that even our team members, as they are strengthening their knowledge around equity and how and why people are situated differently in society, and working with team members, they've actually just strengthened their capacity around understanding how, as we help people, you know, perhaps thrive, that we understand that there are other things at play, that there are just generations of inequities that exist, and that, you know, how do we address systemic issues as we're trying to help one person? And so that's one of the things we're going to continue to do, to embed equity principles and better understand how things play out so that we can serve differently. And then, of course, these data and metrics are critically important. And so we've been, actually done the third quarter report for the Bold City United program, which is an element or a function or deliverable of the interlocal agreement, and we've sent those each quarter. So we see the refinement even in that data, but working with the other two programs as well. I think, you know, as much data we can get and as much meaning that we can make of the data will be critically important. So another priority moving forward. Community collaboration is essential. Again, these are three important programs within this department, but we all know that there isn't a program that can solve policy issues, that can solve systemic and structural issues. The programs can work must work in concert with community-rooted organizations that do similar work or do work that will definitely allow people to thrive and be successful and have opportunities. So that's another priority, to really identify our partners, additional partners, traditional and non-traditional, and work more closely with them so that we can all achieve our various goals. And then, of course, this department needs a sufficient budget to support the needs and activities. And then there was one other priority that I needed to just really highlight, and it's around ensuring that we have a public and a community-facing presence on our website, because we do get a lot of questions about what do the programs do, and I will say that these programs are on our website, but two may still be sort of sitting in public health and one sitting, you know, in another area, and we want to make sure that the department is there. We could have our public quarterly reports up there. We could have information. I think that's critical, especially because I know in working and spending time with the team members, they spend a lot of time sharing what they do, because as you might imagine, anytime there's an incident in the community, people may ask, well, where was this particular group? And we have to, you know, further explain, they work in this area, they don't work in that area, and then when they're in a census tract, they have a focus area, and that has to do with where the data really informed where we should go. So we spend a lot of time, we get a lot of requests. We work very closely with General Manager Deborah Craig Ray's area, because we do get those questions. And I think one of the things that I know is having that information, being able to share it, and people can really see and just click a button and see information. We are having conversations about the maps and just all of those things. We know it's critically important. And those are things that I know as we get the director and the program managers that will serve in those various functions, and that we have very much to look forward to this year in those areas. And so I wanted to make sure I shared that. And then just wanted to highlight the second bullet, just to address, there was a question around the approximately, well, $337,000. And that I mentioned earlier, through the interlocal agreement with the city, the funds were just for staffing. It did not include any operations. So as you might imagine, if you expand a group from 7 to 25, there are operational costs. And there were not any included. It was just straight salary. And so through this expansion, we need to train staff. They need materials. They need, things as basic as a laptop and a phone, and just many other things that come with having a staff member. And so that is to support the tripling of that one particular program. So just wanted to kind of, and that infrastructure across the 4 census tracts. So just wanted to share that. And then, as you see, there are a few other requests for a couple of vehicles. And again, this department requires an administrative support. I've served in that capacity for about a year, and we do need administrative support in addition to support the director. And
Well, thank you.
that
Mr.
is it.
Pierce, for your presentation. Talk a little bit about the staffing and what do you see as far as timeline? You have ads out there. Share with us a little bit more about the staffing.
Yes. So the director's position was posted some time ago, and we're reposting that. I've been working with HR. We're reposting that. If it's not up to date, it's going to be reposted for a couple of weeks. I guess we want to just expand, give more opportunity for others to apply for that position. It's definitely an important role, a unique position for someone to serve the team members and our community. So we want to give it another chance to go out there. So it'll be open for a couple of weeks. For the program manager positions, we do anticipate those positions will be filled, at least 2 of them will be filled by the end of before the end of this fiscal year, by the end of this fiscal year, which is only a few weeks. I'm not saying that for the director, but for the two of the program manager positions. So we do see light at the end of the tunnel for that. For my brother's keeper, obviously, we're actually working with the regional, my brother's keeper alliance, and so we're fine-tuning that, and I have a meeting next week. We're fine-tuning, how best we can market that position, and if there are any edits to that, so that we can repost that as well. So a lot of activity happening, and again, the priority at that time, earlier in this fiscal year, was to ensure that we had the team members to populate in the census tracts to serve. And so now we can focus attention on the administrative piece. So hopefully I answered that question, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions, comments? Commissioner Burns?
Thank you, Joanne. Good to see you. 2 things. One, I'm all about increasing our forward face, online. I get what you say. If these departments, now that they're under CISS, let me say it right, Community Intervention Service, if it is all under this umbrella now, it shouldn't exist somewhere else. And we always want stuff to be user-friendly. I'm kind of thinking about this department and how it fits into the ecosystem, right? I think when on a city-county meeting, the mayor stated about how the entire ecosystem has to be healthy. We can't put it all on the schools, right? They got a little bit of time with the babies. We know parents are doing the best that they can. We divert thousands of students every year. I think sometimes people get lost in what goes to the youth home. It's a very small subset, 10, 15 kids out of what we all know is below a little less than 40,000, 30, 35,000 school-age kids that are actually in Durham. So we're not overly policing, but we have this short time period where we can grab them and we can fix them before the gangs pick them up. And I just feel like this department is a great place for us to pick up. It's another leg on the stool. It's another leg under the table. And I'm trying. I get it. With the resignations, I don't. As far as the vacancies below, I like how you said you're going to kind of look at the My Brother's Keeper Network, because they do still meet. So I'm here for. I remember. I think long time ago, it was a treasurer. So we had a young person in that role. So we're not looking for like the PhD in that role. The person that's the director, I'm trying to figure out, I know you had it open, I know we had to close it, and I know that we're looking for somebody. Do we need to, I don't know, do an executive search, because it is a department, right? And so maybe we get that done and some of the others. The only reason why I ask, And I'm not putting this on you. I'm putting it on everybody. We see the news stories every day, right? We saw what happened in Henderson. These kids had a shootout at the gas station. It wasn't in Durham. They're having shootouts on 85 and 15501. And these kids are not even real gang members. This is just, I'm too young to do what I need to do with my emotions, and I'm having a bad day, and everybody got to pay for the fact that I'm having a bad day, or I'm hungry, or I got embarrassed at school, right? And so I want to see us to feel some of these, and however we can be supportive in filling them, because I feel like once we shore up this table, I think our numbers are going to look different. And that might be utopian thinking. I don't know. I trust your judgment. I trust your leadership over this. But however we can get some of these filled so that we can start putting some numbers on the board. Like, this is how many kids we helped in a quarter. So those are some, however we can help, I guess, the commissioner, to Commissioner Howerton's point, to get some of this done, and maybe an executive search. I really want us to start helping these babies, and I feel like the descriptions and the departments that we have, we can do that. And just any thoughts you had around how we could help with hiring, but you answered.
And can I just interject before you, Jim Pierce? Commissioner Burns, thanks so much for that. We had a conversation about that very recently, about thinking more broadly as well in the way of recruiting. And so we talked about using the executive recruiting firms as well as some of our national organizations, and in particular, NFBPA, the National Forum for Black Public Administrators, that even if there is not a position, a person in that organization that knows someone, that's a vast network of other public administrators that may know of someone that would be interested. So thank you for that point, and that is exactly where we are headed.
The manager took the words right out of my mouth. That's great. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, manager.
And we know that you have been working really, really diligently to pull this department. I don't know if we've ever created a department. I've been here 14 years. We've never created a new department. So that's got to be a little something else to pull a whole department together. I've not known us to do that. So.
And quite frankly, I can't even take credit for that. The people who work in these programs are nothing short of amazing. They do work that I am not equipped to do, I'm not trained to do, and maybe even not even brave enough to do. And I will tell you that just learning about the programs, because I was, in my previous role, even though I worked in public health, I was removed from these programs. It wasn't on my side of the house, but just spending time and learning and hearing the type of training they require, the types of engagements that they have, the community efforts. It's amazing. And similar to what Commissioner Burns said, that because I'm a systems person, I want to change systems, I want to work to help our institutions advance. And so we must have a both-and approach, that as we're having programs and implementing services and having interventions, we must work to turn the mirror inward and look inside of our institutions and structures and see, by some chance, how we contributing to the very things that we want to solve. And so seeing that side of working with them and us sharing, and they're building up their equity arm and understanding about systems and structures, so that when they come and serve and engage with community members, they can say, I understand where you're sitting, but this is not all your fault. There are some things that happened before we got here that are in place. However, let's navigate and let's work together to change our systems and institutions. And that's a powerful thing in the hands of the people who are working every day in our organization.
Thank you, Joanne. I appreciate this opportunity to have this update and have this conversation. And ditto on everything that Commissioner Burns said. I had written down similar notes. If we could go back to that org chart, and that's really helpful. Yeah, it really feels like there's so many critical vacancies. Obviously the director is such an important role, and so I'm glad that you all are elevating that to a national search because, we want somebody phenomenal to come in here and who's going to really have a vision for this, critical role in our community. And there is an urgency about it. We hear it every day. It's tied into, the gun violence, and it's tied into mental health and crisis in our youth and reentry. I mean, lack of opportunity, you name it. This is the nexus right here. I think also, expanding the Bull City United program when we don't have that leadership at the very top is challenging. And then My Brother's Keeper, which is what we keep, we hearing from the program, from the community about, and we know, our youth of color in our community who are, I'm not going to say anything anybody doesn't know, but any support. I'm glad to hear that the manager is thinking about this, that everyone's on the same page about that. I'm wondering about the operating costs that you talked about, the $337,043 plus the vehicle purchase. Is the city sharing in those operational costs?
The city has provided funds for staff, frontline staff, and one supervisory role. So the operational piece is the county's.
Okay. I guess I would just raise that as an issue because we, for instance, in DSS, with our low-income housing property tax grant program, that's a joint program with the city and the county, and the city is sharing in all of the costs related to running that program. So they're sharing in the staffing costs and the operational costs. So I would just ask you, Madam Manager, to think about that because if we're going to be doing this together, then I think the fair thing with our other programs, we usually share in we can look at some of the other things that we do together, whether that should be also, there should be some proportional contribution, I think, from the city related to actually running the program. So I just wanted to raise that. I love those priorities that you laid out and the idea about the website and trying to think about how we can promote engagement and transparency because absolutely, what we hear from the community, well, what are they doing? And so having, I think, not only a way to report regularly, even if it's just an annual report for all of the groups, but also resources so people can go and see what the resources are if they need help. Would be fantastic. So, again, I don't know what that means, how we get there, but I totally, I really support that. And I guess the last thing is something that we can't really address until we have a director and My Brother's Keeper. But, we have heard a lot about re-envisioning My Brother's Keeper and how does that director and that program really, is really integrated into the community because we have so many incredible organizations that are doing the work of mentoring and all different types of programs that support young men of color. And, whether it's some type of advisory council or some way that we really are connecting with the community. I know that we can't really do that until we have those positions, but I just wanted to hear your thoughts and what you're hearing from the MBK Alliance related to best practices and how the MBK program is evolving, right? Because it's evolving over time. So I'd love to hear any thoughts you have about that.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobs. I will say first for the My Brother's Keeper, I'm actually very excited about the possibility of what will happen. As you all have mentioned, when the director comes and these other key positions are filled, because there are great opportunities across all the programs, in particular My Brother's Keeper, because the transition of what they've created in a framework for communities, if they already have a My Brother's Keeper Alliance in their community, there's a blueprint that we can really follow. So that's really exciting. And again, it aligns with, how certainly, how, Durham thinks about equity and collaboration. So I think it's just a good fit with the county and the board's vision. So that's the short answer of that. I will say just, in terms of equity that, we do have these programs and we do definitely need the director. However, there isn't any program, there isn't any service, there isn't any intervention that will solve the issues that we have that are systemic and structural. And we really have to kind of take that in, because the things that we're dealing with really have no borders, because it's a societal issue. And that's unfortunate. And the things that are in your hands to handle locally, we need some state support and help for that, and some policy decisions to be made, and also at the federal level. Doesn't mean we can't do anything, but because we can do something. And so I just wanted to, and that's one of the things we do, and I think also the website that a few of you have mentioned, that we can also manage people's expectations around what a program can do, because, those programs are prescriptive and they can do something, but they can't solve structural issues. Policy decisions can do that, and some other things, but that doesn't mean that we don't invest in the work that can happen, because there are people languishing today, and we need something to address that while we're doing the other things. So, but that's pretty much what you've all said, but I just wanted to kind of make sure I underscored that.
Anything over here, Commissioner Carter?
Thank you, Joanne, for this really informative report and this chart. And I agree with what everyone has said about the importance of filling it out. And I know that's y'all's priority as you develop this department. And I will be really interested to watch sort of how this department does develop and what else might end up, landing here, because it does sort of have a lot of tentacles that touch a lot of different issues and areas that we care about. And one that comes to mind, and I had not even thought about this until just sitting here right this red hot second, so this is not a very well fleshed out thought of mine yet. But, the other night when we had our public hearing, we heard from so many in the community who were asking for more sort of county-controlled, community-based resources to support children who might end up being remanded to a secure facility. But, with the hope that with enough support that we would really, really begin to phase out the number of youth who are in detention, and that could that be, an explicit goal of this board to do that, and, where that work would land. So I don't know whether this might be a place or not, but I think there's a lot of thinking we need to do about youth detention and how to prevent it and how to support families in the community and how to make our new youth home more of an assessment center, and then service provision sort of hub rather than detention. And so anyway, I'm just kind of thinking off the top of my head right now, but this topic is one that I'm troubled by and just thinking a lot about. So maybe there might be a landing place here. Look forward to hearing what your thoughts are on something like that one day.
Okay, Commissioner Long?
Thank you, Chair Overton. No questions for me. I think the only thing was, you went over it when that was going to come up was around the Bull City United manager and the project build manager. I noticed that they each had a supervisor position, and then those supervisors had multiple positions under it. So initially I was wondering, I was like, why can't we make the supervisor the manager? But you explained the differences in those roles at play. So thank you for that.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Pierce. Yeah, I think what you hear is our impatience about getting the department up and running, and we don't know. To tell you the truth, we have no idea what it takes to get a new department up and running because we haven't seen it happen. It has not happened here in the 14 years that I've been here. So it's taking something that we don't know what it does. And one of the things that, we hear from the community when we talk about Bull City, I don't think people understand what Bull City's job is because they think that they're supposed to stop the bullets. They can't stop the bullets. And that's a conversation that the community needs to understand, that they're not supposed to get in front of the bullets and stop the bullets. There are other things that they do, but they don't get in front of the bullets because we don't want their deaths on our hands either. So that's, we are hearing, I think that's what the community is asking us to, what is it that they are doing if they're not stopping the bullets? So maybe at some point we can have some type of conversations, whether it's Zoom or whatever, just helping people to understand what their responsibilities are.
I absolutely look forward to the opportunity to come back and further lay out the activities of each of the programs, the activities that they participate in, the partnerships that they have, and the additional work, in particular, since Chair, you asked about Bull City United, the additional things that they do beyond mediation and just meeting with people in the community. I would love to have that opportunity to come back to do that.
There's nothing else? Thank you. All right. Where's my list? What's the next group? I think it's soil and water. You can come on up because I can't seem to find my. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Soil and Water Conservation District. Good to see you, Eddie. It's been a while. Yeah. It was Howard Clement used to say, better to be seen than viewed. Jennifer, how y'all doing? Yeah, this is, manager, this is where I started. My first election was working with these folks. Awesome. Been a long time. Yeah, but good to see you. So thanks for being here, and we are listening. So if you want to go ahead and get started.
Well, thank you, and good afternoon. Always a pleasure to come before you. You don't get to that often.
No, you don't. What's up with that? What's up with that?
And so, we'd like to tell you about all our programs. We're just going to concentrate on two today, which I think you guys have some questions about. Probably today, Sherry Scully, she's in charge of our ag development program, she's ag development coordinator, and then also Lisa Baroche is environmental officer, administrative officer. And today we're going to start by telling you a little bit about the ag development grant program, economic grant program. with programs, you have a lot of input, a lot of people that are working. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sherry, and she can go through the presentation.
Thank you. The purpose of the Ag Economic Development Grant is to offer cost share assistance to farmers and schools. And the assistance to farmers is specifically to offer projects to enhance food production. And for schools, those projects are for ag development in the school or outdoor environmental learning centers. And those are for elementary schools and can be for middle or high schools, particularly ag development in the high school age groups. This program, as Eddie said, is overseen by a 9-member committee, and you'll see here the different organizations that are involved on that committee. So we do have a lot of input. And David Harris is here with us today. He's the chair of that committee. So the process is fairly simple. We do hold trainings, and we try to hold these trainings in various locations in the county and at different times, morning and evening, and so we can kind of reach multiple people and people that are interested in learning more about the program. We answer questions, offer suggestions, and then kind of walk them through the application process of the grant. Once applications are received, the staff goes through a ranking process for each application, and that includes consideration and points given for newer beginning farmers, whether or not the farmer is a minority or a woman-based enterprise. We consider food safety compliance, infrastructure enhancements for food safety compliance, and that kind of thing. And the schools are not ranked by the staff. They are only ranked by the committee. After the staff ranks the applications, all the personal information is taken off the applications, and then those applications are provided to the committee for review by each of the committee members. And they're looking at things like the feasibility of the project, the viability, how much experience that farmer or school has as far as, being able to implement their project that they're planning. And so once those rankings are completed, the committee then allocates the funds. And then the staff assists in the final contract writing with the county and the individual grants. These graphs show the funding levels that have been available since the program's inception. So it started in 2018 with $25,000, and last year we were offered $75,000 to be allocated to these projects. The second graph shows the amount requested. So each year it has exceeded the amount that has been allocated towards the grant program. Keeping in mind, though, that the amounts here that are shown in that request for funding from applicants, those are capped amounts. So farmers and nonprofits are able to apply for a maximum of $5,000, whether or not their project will possibly be $20,000 or the $5,000 plus their percentage that they're responsible for. Schools are maxed out at $1,000 projects. So this does just reflect not what they're spending, but those capped amounts. These are some examples of projects that we've had in the past. So a greenhouse with a cistern, so collecting water and then being able to use that in this greenhouse area to produce more. Wildlife exclusion, a rinse conveyor, which is very helpful with food safety compliance. Community garden beds on a nonprofit, and then a vacuum sealer to increase storage capability of the producer. And then these outcomes show what our goals have been, like as far as creating jobs, projects that improve access and equity, food sales to local markets, and then the number of projects increasing in those food sales.
So you got two different presentations. Okay, are there any questions on this one? Yeah.
Since this one was one of my requests, thank y'all so much. Mr. Harris, thank you so much for being here. You mailed, when you all gave these grants out, we did get a paper copy of all of the projects, how much, the applications, and I loved every bit of it, because I know how much a rinser helps. I know how much a vacuum seal helps, you know, when you're trying to sell your meat and you own a small farm. So you hit the nail on the head. I was going to ask, were you all interested in raising the caps? And one of the requests that I made, I think if I'm going to pull Commissioner Carter over on this boat with me, was to say, is there opportunity for not just for you all to raise the caps, but could we put more into that fund, right? As I'm thinking about the economic impact, we do think about what happened in a lot of our urban communities, but that same impact, we are seeing it on our store shelves. We are seeing it, you know, in our grocery stores. And, you know, I always tell people, if you ate today, thank a farmer. Right? Like if you ate today, you got to thank a farmer. And so I'm hopeful that that's something that we can work on with you all and do. Also, you know, how we can pull in FSA more. I know that they're on this project, but, you know, if that project they thought was going to cost $5, cost them now $20, and we're doing 10, you know, are we, you know, bringing in hoop houses? Like, how are we being as supportive with conservation reserve services, rural development? I say all this to say now because the president finally put butts in the seats. FSA is Bob Etheridge, and we got Reggie, can't think of Reggie's last name right now, who is over at Rural Development. So now that we actually have state directors in these positions, I'm sure you all are doing a lot of that work, but really being inventive, because we do have a lot of urban farmers here in Durham as well as rural ones, and you have a lot of young people. You know, on the weekends, I'm going to these farmers markets and I'm seeing people get more and more active with it. And so however we can kind of sort of support that ecosystem, I'm a proponent of that. My only other request, David, don't beat me. I don't know where that newsletter is. Could somebody email it to us? I know we could, but if y'all could email it back out just to jog our memory about how far these folks were able to take those $5,000 grants, I'd really appreciate it. And hopefully I can nudge my board into making them grants just a little bit higher for y'all, because that's something that's important to me. But that's all I got for this one.
Commissioner Jenkins.
Thank you. Good to see you all. I know we have not had you here for a while, and so I'm really glad that we did, because
And
everything,
you too. Good to see
everything that you
he's sitting over there. He acting like he's not a part of this. You're part of this too.
Yes. You know, we even though you're the little engine that could, we value the work that Soil and Water does. And you know, this board started the grant program because we wanted to support our farmers. And, we've seen with the DOST program, the Durham Open Space and Trails Commission, the DOST grant, we have leveraged so much economic development and other types of benefits to our community. So similar, I love that slide that you just had about the outcomes. And so, that was really one of my asks as well, to understand, because there is a gap between obviously what is requested in funding and what is actually funded. So we know we're not meeting demand. So what is the current amount that we are funding you all for? Is it 100,000? 75. So I actually would like if you could get us, if you do have, soon before, because we have to make decisions really soon about the budget. So do you know right now do you have a high request at this time?
Well, we did not put it in this year's budget, but, given the past numbers with regards to the request, I would say it's probably average somewhere around 125,000 to 150,000 a year. And while we try to get out and do these 3 presentations within the county and kind of spread them around all over the county,
Mm-hmm.
we still have people that come up and say they've never heard of the program.
Right.
So we're trying to figure a way to reach the community better.
Yeah.
We can only see that number go up from there.
Right. Okay.
Things go up in price, obviously, the cap really does need to be looked at.
Okay. Okay. Well, obviously, yeah. If you could give us a quick turnaround on recommendations about how maybe to alter some aspects of it, and what, if you want to give us a little bit increase in that request, that would be great. The other thing is, I wanted to just note that on page 110 of the budget book, the indicators related to the federal state funding for farmers and others, it's really gone down a lot, and that's very concerning to see that, like, back in even FY19, we were up at almost 2 million, and so there's been, I guess it goes up and down, but you're projecting pretty low number. And if you could just talk a little bit about what's happening. Is that related to state funding that's available, or what's going on here to show these numbers?
Are you referring to the number of farmers? I'm not exactly sure.
This is on page 110 of our budget book. It's federal, state, and other entity funding received to provide Durham citizens natural resource services and benefits. It's an indicator, performance indicator that's in the budget book.
Yeah. Well, it does fluctuate from year to year. We get cost share from the state as well as the federal government, and each year, it will vary from whether or not, especially in the amount of federal funding that we get. We do have a federal representative employee that we share with 4 other counties. Well, actually 3 other counties. She has 4 counties to cover, and time doesn't allow her to get over here as much. We want her every day, and of course, if we get her a day, we're happy. But sometimes, they only have a certain amount of money, and that's where a lot of the cost share money with the farmers, basically the traditionary farmers, that gobble up a lot of that money. As regards to the bigger amounts, it's more the traditional farmers that have the larger acres, and so we do have some farmers that have tapped into the hoop houses that the commissioner was speaking of. And so I can't say exactly, but I would assume it would be the amount of money that's allocated to North Carolina that dwindles down to the counties at the federal level. The state level, we normally get, roughly about $50,000 a year. And we can ask for more if we utilize all that in the spring of the year. You may get it, you may not. It depends on how much they get back in. So a lot of it's dependent upon the state and federal government, what they have.
So you've not met the new director, Reginald Spex? That's what Commissioner Burns was mentioning. You have not met him yet.
No, ma'am.
I'd like to set up a meeting with you and he to have a conversation around this because he's accessible.
Okay, great. Just let me know.
Yeah, I'll give him a call and see if we can't set that up.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and just to follow up, it is concerning, and you know, we want to make sure that, you know, our farmers are getting, you know, access to the funding as best as we can, right?
And not to prolong this one, and this is just a quick yes or no, is Tina your FSA person? Okay, Tina is. She's in Orange County, and I don't have to answer. You don't have to answer now, but just throwing it out there on the stoop to see if the dog or the cat going, you know, grab it up. Would it behoove us or would it benefit us? There are counties like Hoke and Scotland who have that share, I think, of FSA. Would it be beneficial for us maybe one day a week in corporate extensions or somewhere else to have somebody from the USDA in Durham County so that our folks don't have to drive all the way to Orange? Because if I'm mistaken, right now, if you need a farm number, if you need access to anything, if you reside in Durham, you got to drive to Hillsborough to see Tina. Is that right?
That's correct.
So I don't know, even as we're thinking about that, you know, our work, and maybe it might be worth it, because I know some counties do that where they say we'll put somebody in the office once a week, and then our folks know, okay, on Wednesday or 2 Wednesdays a month, you can come here and get your stuff done. So it's just a thought. I know y'all done thought about this, but we might be open to that type of space to help our folks out.
Well, what I find is the older farmers, you know, they don't do the emails and that kind of thing, so they have to drive over there. Whereas the younger people, they don't mind getting on the internet and doing business that way. So I think it's a generational thing, but I think it would help in the long run if we did have a representative at least once a week, and maybe they could come the same time that the federal person in our department comes. You know, have both federal people there at one time. That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, my experience being on the board and being a farmer, you got to go to, those folks got to come to them because they're just not going to travel.
Right.
They're just not going to do it. They want to stay on their farms and to get in their vehicles and travel for miles just to see if they're going to get some money or something.
Yeah.
That's not been my experience of farmers and growing up on a farm.
Yep.
And then being on the soil and water is just not the way they operate.
Yep.
Am I right?
You're right, and as nice a building as we have to work out over there, I may have had 10 farmers come in since 2018. And, you know, a lot of them, we go out to their farm, which, you know, you need to be on the land looking at it so you can help them with it. But at the same time, once in a while, you like for them to come down to the department and kind of get an idea of what we're doing down there. So, yeah, most of the time we go out there.
They were always trying to fix me some kind of grill something that I wouldn't eat. What is that?
I don't know.
Pork or something I wouldn't
Yeah.
eat. Over here on this side, Commissioners.
Well, I just wanted to say thanks to the Power Quartet here, first of all. And also that I'm climbing right over there and coming right into y'all's boats that are asking for some more funding for agriculture, economic development. I mean, your point is really well made, Sherry, that not only are more requests, there's more money requested than is available, even with the cap. So without the cap, can you imagine, you know, they might have requested even more money. So anyway, I think it's a great idea. And if more of a pot of funding becomes available here, I wonder if we also might want to consider, you know, agriculture, economic development that's not necessarily for food, and maybe you already are. It's not necessarily about food production, but other horticultural types of agriculture, hemp, you know, there's just lots of different things being farmed these days that seems like maybe also could benefit for some economic development support. And one other point is I've been contacted recently by people who are advocates of Save Our Soil and how to make our soil more organic, and, you know, suggested policy, a suggested policy is incentives, financial incentives to help increase the organic content of our soil. So I actually meant to bring that up at the Farmland Board meeting the other night.
I can put it on the agenda.
Okay, all right, that'd be great. Anyway, thanks, you guys.
Anything else?
Okay.
Since you had something
Yes, I have one other program I would like to briefly give a little update on. It's the BETC program / CCAP, and BETC stands for Bionomical Education Training Center, and CCAP is Community Conservation Assistance Program. They go hand in hand. Okay, students in the county actually participate in the BETC program, and the students can gain work experience, practical math and science lessons, and green infrastructure training. And they do all this while actually earning money, but the surprising thing is they're learning while they're doing it, and they may not even know they're learning. But we'll tell you how we gauge all that in a minute. Also, the landowners also